Oh, hello. I didn't know I had started. Hello, YouTube. Hello, everybody out there getting tortured to bits with neuro weapons and directed energy weapons. It's about 12:30 here in Baton Rouge, November 24th, 2020. Still got my headgear on. I'm going to take it off. I'm going to take it off when a couple of people get in the chat. I'm going to turn on some music real quick while we're waiting. Have any here? And welcome anybody coming in the chat. Hope everybody's doing good. I usually do my videos like really late, like after midnight. But today, I woke up. I had to do some stuff during the day, so I had to force myself to kind of get up. So much stuff is going on, like with the election and everything. I think most people are saying that, like, Trump's going to go to the Supreme Court, but there's like a low percent chance that he might still become president. I'm not sure. Hey, I love Jesus and he loves me. I love Jesus and he loves me, says hello, Kyle. I hope you're doing good today. Hey, Arachno Nixon. Arachno Nixon says, hey, dig in the cloak, you think. Let me show you guys. So we're going to have, okay, I want to remind everybody, we are going to have a defense live stream. Thanksgiving's Thursday, and I'm going to go have Thanksgiving with my family, probably without a mask on. But then, so I was thinking I wouldn't do it Thursday, probably wouldn't do it tomorrow because I have to work on some stuff, but this weekend, and I'm going to give like at least 3 hours or 4 hours advance. So what I said on my last live stream, and I want everybody to please try and participate in this. If you're a targeted individual and you have like good defenses, just this, guys, just get one really good defense that really worked for you, and kind of bring it to that live stream so you can chat. I might have people on the panel during it, like just for a little while, so they can say one thing that's really good for them to use. I don't know yet, but we're gonna have like a big just defense extravaganza. Yeah, so let me take this off. Hey, Turtle Tribal Nation. Hey, Stephen Luther. How are you guys doing? Hey, Angela. Angela says, hi, Kyle. Happy Thanksgiving. Happy Thanksgiving to all of you guys. And I hope you're spending it with your family. I hope you're just spending Thanksgiving with your family. There's some like new lockdown restrictions in certain places, and certain people aren't going to be able to get together. But my family, Louisiana, it's weird. Like Louisiana has a Democratic governor, but he's like not that bad. Like he's not going along with like what kind of California, Oregon and stuff is doing. I've had it's been dark times lately. My grandma fell and hit her head. Like she didn't get a concussion, which is really weird. Like, cause she hit her head, she got all bruised up. She hit herself right here and on the head. Which side was it? She was sitting in the hospital bed, so it was her left side. She hit her cheek, and on the side of her head, like hard on the side of the head, didn't get a concussion, and she's like 90. The problem is she like bruised all over her face, and she has this huge bump here and a bump here, and then her whole her whole throat and everything got bruised. And so she's fell so many times, and she's getting really old. So she got put in hospice care at my aunt's place, and I'm kind of scared. I guess I'm not scared about that, but I don't want her to go, so she's going to be in hospice care. Please pray for my grandma. She's just an awesome person. She has a lot of grit. It's where I get my grit from. I get other things from my other grandparents, but probably if I didn't have her as a grandma, I wouldn't be on YouTube fighting this impossible beast, right, of targeting. I heard something cool today, though, and also this is another thing that's really bad. Like my dad is heavily targeted, and they almost killed him. He has something they had to check out his prostate, so they did a biopsy. There was something on whatever they do to MRI the prostate. I don't think they MRI the prostate, but whatever. There was something in there. So he has a biopsy. We don't have the results yet, and I'm to pray for him that he doesn't have cancer. So it's like everything, there's all this really bad stuff happening, and I'm getting targeted, and all you guys are getting targeted, and we're about to have like basically Obama is president. We're going to have Obama's policies with maybe Kamala Harris getting in there if Joe Biden dies of old age. So it's going to be really bad. That's going to be really bad. But I heard Ryan Dawson this morning say something, or maybe it was last night. He said, never give up. You either fight and you lose, or you fight and you win. And because if you concede, if you say, no, this is too hard, I can do it, then you have zero probability. If you fight, you may lose, but you're going to win a lot of stuff along the way. And that's what I've experienced, that like we haven't stopped the torture, but you know, I've kind of grown stronger from fighting it, even though we haven't gotten what we wanted. You know what I'm saying? I just love that. Also love this saying. I'm just saying some sayings that I heard and I really love. Don't listen to the noise. Focus on the frequency, right? And we need to do that in defense. We need to do that in our lives. We need to do that with faith. There's so much noise, guys. Static, like stuff that they're hitting us with, and we feel all this stuff. We got to focus on the underlying frequencies, not only dealing with our targeting, but with our faith and our lives and what's important to us, no matter what is happening in the world. You know, I really love those. I wanted to share those with you guys. So, okay. And hey, Craig says, hi, Kyle. Mitchell Donner says, well, sure, there's kind of a trust situation here. If you know my trust in you, I don't think I'll give up information. Okay, yeah, you don't have to trust me, Mitchell. You can just watch the videos. I'm not sure if you're talking about me, but you can just watch my information, then look it up for yourself. Don't believe everything that anybody says. Always look up information for yourself. But I got to get out information about this targeting, what's going on with me, how we can, you know, alleviate, get some percentage points of alleviation of the torture on us and stuff like that. Very important stuff. And we're still going to follow those threads. We're still going to follow class action suits. We're still going to follow getting implants out and going to doctors as those things build up. We're still going to follow whatever the UN's doing, even though the UN is not a good organization at all, and you know, Agenda 2030 and everything. But we got to get some stuff going. You know, never quit. I'm about to go a whole lot faster. Okay, so wait, who are we praying for? Oh, thank you, Arachno Nixon. Thank you so much. Yeah, my grandma. I'm really worried because, like, I have to go help. Like, my aunt and my mom are taking care of her, and they're like, and my mom's like, you, in the next couple of weeks, we're going to need you to come sit with her. And it's like my mom's targeted, my aunt's targeted, my dad's targeted. I'm not sure about my brother, but I can't say 100%, right? Because you know, you can't see the streams of energy on them. Everything's freezing up a lot on my video. Because I went and I sat with my grandpa, Truxillo, on my mom's side before he passed away, and I was getting the high-pitched signal in my ears. It was before I knew that this was like a global program, right? And I was sitting by my grandpa watching Young Guns on the hospital TV, getting the high-pitched sound, and he was like moving around in his hospital bed. And I mean, he was like on his deathbed. And I think that they were hitting me and hitting him, and I had no idea what's going on. So I'm a little bit worried that if I spend too much time with my grandma when she's like sick, maybe, you know, but I'm thinking if she's if they've already targeted her, they've already targeted her. You know, I've been around her so much. So I guess I, you know, should just go help. It's like whoever you're around, they might just start targeting, or they can recruit that person to gang stalk you. It's really sad. Hey, Char says, hey, everyone. Kyle, you look like a knight about to put on his armor. Defense extravaganza. Deep prayers for Kyle's grandma and pops. Thank you, guys. Yeah, and let's just pray for every targeted individual out there and every target individual's family, whatever they're going through, and just every human being in the world, because we're in a war. You know, we're in a huge global war. This is the real world war. About wiping a lot of people off the earth and collecting data while they torture them 24 hours a day. I was thinking about it, and I was like, and hey, Tip says, hey, everyone, TI love.
Celine007 says happy holidays, Kyle. Happy holidays, Celine. What was I saying? I was thinking about it. Have we talked about this? Well, we always talk about this. Like, this is such a hard thing to stop, to get the torture and experimentation to stop, because the data and the money and everything is going into so many different businesses, medical markets, and you got to think this too, guys, right? So our brains are being monitored and manipulated. We take pharmaceuticals, but even us taking pharmaceuticals just from the integrated neuroweapon systems, like messing with our brain and stuff like that, they're learning more about what kind of medications can do what to the brain too. So the pharmaceutical industry has a huge stake in this, right? The military industrial complex, pharmaceutical industry, medical industry, consumer industry. There's other ones, right? There's other ones. So that's why we're having, this is obvious, right? This is obvious. This is why we're having so much trouble getting this stopped, because it's so much money in it's like the future of the world. Electromagnetic frequencies and how it can manipulate the brain, and how biometrics and everything. We see it now. I'm going to show you guys an example. Have you guys seen this preview for Songbird? Have you guys seen this preview for Songbird? And then I want you to remember what I said on one of my live streams. Let me take this off real quick. It doesn't look too bad. One balaklava, that's one. Two balaklavas, that's two. Three balaklavas. We need to find something less expensive than these, because these were like $40 a piece or something. It's not financially doable. What were we on? Are we on 4? Is this 4? 4 or 5? We're on 4 or 5. I think this is 4. 4 balaklavas. We may be on 5. 5 balaklavas. 5 balaklavas. So you see how I'm layering around my neck, and then I've got one brain coat. One brain coat. The brain coats are great because they block the ears. They block the ears, the back of the head, the top of the head. You want to layer around the ears too. And just passive shielding is not going to do any good. We've got to get to the underlying thing of the neural amplification, right? That's why I push Dave Case's CD and these noise canceling hearing aids so much. But one brain coat. There's skull caps too, but I'd get the brain coat. We need cheaper stuff that looks exactly like this. I don't know how that's going to happen. So 1, 2 brain coats, 3 brain coats, 4 brain coats, 5 brain coats. Then my brain, which some of it's left. I got some of my brain left. Yeah, turtle tribulation. These are less EMF. They're less EMF brain coats, and it fits over the ear and the head. Like, if I wear these, I feel pretty good. If I don't wear them for a long time, I'll start getting really dizzy. The ring in the ears is worse, but it's a lot of layers and they're expensive. These are individually too expensive, but if we could get a copper fabric, make our own, right? If you get a certain kind of fabric and make some of these on your own, or makeshift and put some layers, it's a really good idea. We're gonna do a lot of that. We're gonna do a lot of that on the defense extravaganza. I will let y'all know a couple of hours in advance, but please, everybody, let me repeat it. If you got some defenses that work real good for you, just get one. I mean, you can talk about more if you want on the defense extravaganza, and we're just gonna, we're gonna just hang out and just go through defense. We're gonna just start going through what I use. You guys say if it works for you. Some things that I have, but I don't use as much, right? Like the bone conduction headphones, they don't really fit, like kind of in my defense protocol or whatever, And hey, Nicholas, man, how you doing, brother? Nicholas says, good morning, Cobb. Good morning to you, bro. Everybody subscribe to Nicholas Hamlin's channel. He's like a genius when it comes to electromagnetic frequencies and like all the details of 2.4 gigahertz. I'm not good with that. I can kind of get it, but it doesn't come naturally to me.
Like a lot of that stuff really comes naturalist to Nicholas. So Nicholas says every layer attenuates the V2K a little better. Yeah. Yeah, and I find this though. I'll tell you this though, guys. I'll say if you're not trying to attack the neural amplification, noise canceling hearing aids, Dave Case CD, you can use passive shielding. It'll kind of help, or the grounding too, right? The grounding, passive shielding will kind of help, but use the grounding or putting on a bunch of stuff, and it just won't be working that great. Because you've got to get to the underlying thing, you know. And remember, we'll say, I really want to get to this preview of Songbird, because I said this a long time ago that this is what they're going to put in. Well, let's get to that first. Okay, hey, Nicholas says, if you can have me on phone, I'm happy to answer questions and offer what I've learned since New Year's. Yeah, I haven't had any, like hardly anybody on, you know, in 2020. Let me, Nicholas, let's talk, man, and you can just come on if you have live stream, or I'll just get you on the phone, and we'll just do a dedicated live stream for that, for you to talk to people about the technology and everything like that. We'll do a dedicated live stream for that. I think I have your email. I have you on my phone, man. I'll text you. We'll talk about that. But let me get to this, guys. Turtle Tribal Nation says 40 is not that much, to be honest. Yeah, it's true. 40 is not that much, but the deal is this: you got to buy all of these. So $40 is a lot when you have to have this many layers. What you could do is buy like one a month, is what I did, right? When I was getting fenders and you know, the layering stuff for the head, I would just buy like one a month, and I'd try and get it on sale, right? So I'd get, but all was I had just left Dell, so I had like a 401k. Like I had a 401k with like 10,000 bucks in it or something like that, or it was like, it's about $11,000, $10,000. And I didn't even know I had it when I left Dell. It like grew. They were taking it out of my check, and I didn't even know I had signed that. That's why I have the Q-Wave Defenders. Like, I wouldn't have the Q-Wave Defenders if I didn't have that 401k account. But that was like 10 years ago or something like that. That was 2011 that I had that. I've been able to, you know, scratch through and get some blessings. But not like I'm completely out of money. I actually do, like, I do want to mention, because I'm going to be doing more videos and stuff, and I am working on some other stuff, but please help the channel out. If you want to just help me out to keep going, if you could donate to me on paypal.me/Vulcan Wolverine. I just want to mention that at the beginning of the video because it really, really helped me. But I'm going to be doing a lot more stuff. I actually stopped taking Kratom, and Kratom was really helping. So I don't want to not Kratom. And this is a conversation I guess we can have on the defense thing too, but I do want to say my mind feels a lot clearer after I've gotten off the Kratom. There's certain things that can make me have to pee. The ring in my ears a little. They can actually give me sleep deprivation now unless I take like an Ativan before I go to sleep. So the Kratom was helping with a lot of stuff, but I was as a chemical shielding, right? And so for 3 years it was okay, but then after 3 years it started to kind of like my manipulating with it, and I feel a little bit better. So I feel like I can kind of get going again, come at this thing, you know, new as new as you can when you're targeted in microwave. Hey Jennifer says hi Kyle and everyone, how are you doing? And hey Rose. Oh, Angela says cash out your 401k, Kyle. That's what my brother did. Oh, it's gone. It's gone. Oh, it's gone. It's gone. Bye. I used that up quick because I got targeted and I was like buying. I bought this big like Tesla coil thing. Bought Q-Wave plates. The Q-Wave plates were $500. A bunch of those. That's really where, like, I used some of the money that I had for work on QAs, and then some on QA plates that were $500. Case that was $1,000. I would not buy those. Those plates are not. It just doesn't work for this stuff. It may like kind of densify things like right around you, but it's not worth it. They're not worth the money. There's better, cheaper things that can help you more. Is weed legal there? I find that helps. I hear CBD helps too. No, weed's not legal where I am, and it does kind of help in some ways. Kind of makes it worse in some ways, kind of helps in some ways. CBD really helps too, but I'm at a point where I can't buy anything right now. Like, I can't buy anything else. I have to just kind of work with what I have, and then maybe I can like buy something kind of cheap, like after I get my Social Security for this month, maybe. Rose says they dial my phone all the time. Who gave them my phone number is what I would like to know. Yeah, they're going to have your phone number. Your microwave attackers are going to have your number, and then DHS Fusion Center is going to have your number, and they're going to have cyber stalkers, working for InfraGard, DHS Fusion Centers, and maybe people even connected to the contractor, like, setting up prank phone calls, setting up, what's those calls? I get tons of spam calls, just spam calls all day long, because they'll enter my number into those things, like saying I want information for stuff. It's horrible. Yeah, Angela says, gotcha. Small biz I worked for years ago couldn't offer 401k. Yeah. I didn't even know I was getting it. Like, God had set me up with a blessing at Dell when I was being targeted. I didn't know it, but then the overt targeting started after I was there, and like I had that money, and it was really. I seem to kind of hang on with things like that, and it seems like I don't have any money, and then it comes out of nowhere. Like the Social Security, I did pretty well on because I got back pay, but it bought me time. Right, it bought time because I can't work every day, and I want to do activism too. So I don't know. I'm like thinking, well, I'll ask. I know a lot of guys. You're like, oh, he's asking for money, and I've talked about this a couple of times. But I'm like, if they're targeted individuals who like have to work all the time, they have a little bit of money. They're like, I can't do activism, and I like what Kyle's doing. Just think about maybe donating. It would help me out because I really want to do this for us. I really want to push us through. And I just think that it's going to be pushed through in a weird way. In a weird way where we're going to be surprised how this turns out. Yeah, Rose says they go into your medical records too, which is supposed to be illegal. Yeah. Hey, SHP. Yeah, they can collect your phone number in a lot of different ways, but I'll read what you said. SHP says they collect your phone number from the audio settings inside of your phone and computer. You have to go into settings and shut them down. Yeah, I think they could probably get your phone number some other ways too, but yeah, maybe that could help. Maybe that could help. Because your attackers are looking through your eyes. So typing in your phone number all the time. Your microwave attackers have your password for every account that you have. They have your credit card number. They have everything, your phone number. I mean, they have your Social Security number. But the lucky thing is I think that my attackers, it seems like they haven't stolen a bank account, because then that would be some pretty good proof. I'd have my deposit thing out, and I could see exactly where they took money out, and it would be like fraud, or I could maybe connect it to the contractor. Let's go. Hey, let's go to this preview for Songbird. I think you guys are going to be pretty surprised what they say on here, and I'll get my tablet out so I can read you guys' chats. And SHP, please subscribe to and doing awesome live streams. That is freeze up. Oh no, that's my share screen. My computer's running slow, so I'm worried you're gonna cut me off. Oh man, everything's frozen up here. Okay, let me get on my tablet to see if we're still on. Oh, and what can we call on my channel? People say different things. I have to be careful about what I say about certain, because the targeting is where I want to focus. I think I got cut off because I'm not seeing any new chats. I think I got cut. Oh man, let's see everything. Okay, it's just a midday live stream showing some stuff. Okay, we're good. We're still good. Maybe I got a bunch of cookies on my computer or something. Okay, so this is Michael Songbird. It's coming out on December 11th. Right? 12/11. What else is coming out on December? That's right. I'm like, that's awesome. We're going to get the vaccine. We're going to get the vaccine. And it's going to have stuff that we don't even know. Am I sharing my screen here? All right, guys, give me a second. Bear with me. Looks like I'm being frozen up. I got to kind of just be patient. I will be patient and wait for it to unfreeze. Okay. Let me see here. We good? Are we good? Is it sharing my screen? Okay, I think I got cut off. Let me see. Okay. Maybe we're still on. Maybe we're still on here. Look, we're gonna play this this trailer here. Movie coming out. Okay, yeah. My attackers are just freezing up my computer. I don't know why they're doing it today. Well, you know, when I'm on late at night, and I lost a bunch of people. Why they're doing it today. So maybe you guys can hear me, but I'm freezing up. Hey, Barefoot, how you doing? You got family court today in 2 hours? Good luck. Like, I hope everything goes really well. I hope things go well. I hope things go smooth. Whatever you want to happen, happens. Yeah, Nicholas says code words VACCINE equals rest. Yeah. Yep. Yeah. Rachno Nixon says also remember Trump. You know, you okay, now my whole screen is going black on my computer. This is you guys see me? Yeah, good luck, Barefoot. Like, truly. Okay, I'm not sure. Okay, you guys can see me. Okay, let's start this. Shoot. Okay, there it is. There it is. Okay. Okay, Nicholas says I'm still live. Okay, cool. It's just like I can't. It's frozen on my computer. Rose says, I found out too, if you have a smart television, disable terms and conditions on it, the manufacturers sell your data to companies. Okay. Okay, cool, guys. Yeah, let's go ahead. I want to show you guys this this trailer here. But you know, like I couldn't find the clip, but it was the guy from the World Health Organization. I almost just don't want to certain words.
to get the AI on my videos. But like he was saying, you know, they're not sure if the V, if it's going to have to be, you know, taken 2 times. It's going to have to be, you know, people are going to have to take 2 vaccine, you know, 2 things. And then I was thinking about like, oh, well, I mean, they got to make sure that if they do have something in it, right? I'm not even talking about the changes in RNA that's going to change DNA, but I'm just talking about like nanoparticulates and things like that. You know, they want to make sure that they get enough in the system so that you light up like a Christmas tree, you know, when they're telling you using biometrics. Also wanted to just say real quick, people think about biometrics like our whole society, and probably not us, probably not targeted because we know it's a two-way street, but you probably have the rest of the public, like probably the rest of the whole human community, and they hear biometrics. Well, that's just going to be collecting data, right, from my body, like collecting temperature, blah, 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 blah. No big deal. And they never think about that return signal. They never think about biometrics, and that biometrics isn't just like, oh, we're going to monitor your heart, or we're going to monitor your brain or your thoughts or your nervous system or anything like that. It's always a two-way street with these technologies, but they just don't tell people about that street, that second lane of the street, which is like, well, if we're doing biometrics and we're collecting data on it, then we can use that, your unique brainwave signature, your heart, things like that, to then send frequencies to you and manipulate you, kill you, torture you, experiment on you, those type of things. So really, when we're talking about metrics, people need to start thinking you can be tortured and experimented on from them collecting biometrics, right? And the rest of the public has to know this stuff. Yeah, SHP, you going? Okay, SHP says, I'm sorry, your channel is running bad. I think it is because I popped in here. I will pop out. No, SHP, it's definitely not you. My attackers do to me all the time. Yeah, it's definitely not you. So don't feel that way. I know, I guess that's a thing with targeted individuals. It's just like not responding. Like my, let's see if I can play this. Let's just start playing this. And the live stream. Maybe I have to do them late at night because it seems like my human operators, whatever, assholes. And whenever I try and do a video during the day, they always really hack into my stuff. Or maybe DHS Fusion Center workers or cyber agents like that hack into my computer are more available at daytime or something like that. Because anytime I try and do a video, it always gets hacked really bad. Whenever it's like late at night, we're usually okay. We're usually okay. And I can't even play this video. I can't even freaking play this video. Let's see. Let's go out. I can't even. It's not even responding. I'll read some of y'all's chat. So Char McShane says, no, SHP, it was kind of weird before you showed up. It's not you. Yeah. And Arachno Nixon says, yeah, it's not you, SHP. I think but it's targeted individuals sometimes. It's like if you show up somewhere and then it starts going, well, I don't know, because like I always just assume like TC, his live streams will be cut into and everything, and I'm just like, yeah, he's a target. You know, they're doing that to him. Other targeted individuals do get hacked into and messed with. Well, I mean, that's we all with, so. Okay, I guess my attacker just completely froze up my computer. I really don't know. I guess we'll wait. Just wait, guys. Yeah, I have to get, like, I have to be on a day schedule because I have to, like, I had to get my car insurance, like, renegotiated, and I'm trying to get some stuff taken care of. I guess if I was doing it at night, it'd be better. I can't do anything. It's just like Google Chrome is not responding. Microsoft is not responding. I just want to get on real quick, show preview, read some articles.
Yeah, Charm Exchange says the vile coward mofos do this to Kyle when he tries to help. You know how evil they are. Yeah, they're so evil. So evil. I don't know why on this one. It's like they want it because I'm putting out these articles about agents in Australia and Russia being hit with microwaves, and that hospital, Walter Reed, actually I can never remember this word. What does a doctor do? A doctor, because I haven't seen a doctor in a while that can help me. But a doctor treating, targets, people being targeted in other countries. Oh, now it's just going white. Okay, now what is happening here? Okay, here it is. Here it is. I think it's playing. Nice. Yeah, it's definitely my attackers, because on V2K, the woman's going, "You're evil," and the guy's like, "I don't care. Like, I'm just going to shut him down." Like, he's saying that right now. Definitely them. They talk about it while they're doing it. Okay, let's get it going on the full screen here. I'm like, okay, if I can get a pace going and showing my stuff and reading stuff, but if I... Good morning, Miss Garcia. Okay, wait, let's start it over. Maybe taking a risk there. Okay, so if you guys haven't heard about this, is a Michael Bay movie scheduled to come out everywhere on December 11th, which is the for all those wow, what is going on today? What is going on with everyday targeting? Targeting is going on. Okay, so let's get this started. Scheduled to come out December 11th. I want to show you guys a line in this movie. It's weird.
I miss you. I could kiss you right now. Curfew is now in effect. All unauthorized citizens must stay indoors.
Tensions rise as we enter the 213th week of lockdown.
A grim new reality emerges.
So this is a new movie about, like, called CV23 in this movie. CV20, because the CV19, I just don't know if my channel, whatever. Okay, so CV19 has mutated how many times? 1, 2, 3, 4 times, right? It's mutated 4 times, and this is the 4th year of lockdowns in this movie. Why are they making this movie? Why would he make this movie? Why in the would Michael Bay make a movie to scare people and make them think we're never going to get out of lockdowns? And so I think, well, they wouldn't do that. I mean, what? So I'm figuring some of this has to be some predictive programming. Now check this out, right?
COVID-23 has mutated.
Beginning thermal scan. Thermal scan normal.
See the biometrics.
Horrifying new development today.
Confirms the virus attacks the brain tissue.
For that, let me go back. Y'all heard what I said on a live stream a long time ago. I said, I bet you they got something brewing. You got this remote neural monitoring, remote neural manipulation, right? They want access to people's brains. They already have access to our brains, and they're manipulating and doing all this stuff. What huge thing could happen with CV? What huge thing could happen where they say this new method, right? We've got electromagnetic frequencies that can detect early if the new strain of CV affected the brain, right? We're seeing all these, we're seeing, the V's coming out. So will that just fix it? Or are they going to be like, we have these V's coming out, right? We got these V's coming out, the VACCINE. I'm going to think of a good name for it. We got these coming out. Well, everybody, they need 70%, right? They're saying they need 70% of the United States. Now, I'm just talking about the United States, but other countries, certain percentages that are kind of the same. They give out the VACCINE. I can't do that every time. It is, just me talking on this video
It just shows you how awful brain censorship and actual regular censorship has become, because like there are so many words you like on mainstream TV, you can't even say the name of our former president. Like you can't even say the former president. It's so weird. Like, and he like made the economy so much better. He did a lot of bad things too. But okay, so they give the V's out 7 or whatever. I doubt they're going to get 70%. I'm not taking it. And you guys, probably a lot of you guys aren't taking it. But then they say, well, you know, we got CV-19 covered, but it mutated because of the vaccine or something like that, and now it affects the brain. Hey, but we got this technology. It just Elon Musk or some new person or some new company or something like, it's not going to be military. They're not going to want the military to say like, hey, we got this new microwave technology where we can scan the brain. It's going to be medical or a corporation or something like that. And now we can scan the brain, right? And then they're going to have a whole into their unique brainwave signatures. And they're going to have whatever was in that VACCINE, nanoparticulates, nanotechnology, that's going to be up in that brain, right? So they're going to have a lot more people, like getting more people hooked into this, you know, hooked into this microwave infrastructure, this integrated directed energy weapon system, integrated neuro weapon system, global infrastructure, getting more people's brains and whole bodies hooked into this stuff by a many number of different like okay, this fake happen, so now we've got to come in and do this, but it's really all just to like hook into people, gather their biometrics, control, kill, weaken, defeat humanity, right? That's what it's all about. Yeah, TIP remind TIP says, how's New York strict lockdown? I'm not sure about that, but I know they're going into strict lockdown. People are protesting in California. Like Trump, people who support Trump and others are protesting in California. It's just weird, you know. I gotta say this the right way. At least the flu deaths have gone down drastically, right? You know, and the deaths of every other, we're lucky in that respect, right? And just right after the election, you know, that's when everything spikes up during flu season. You know, we can figure this stuff out. We can figure this stuff out. I actually still do wear the mask because I have to go in and buy stuff. But like when I'm out, I will just wear it down here. I feel bad about wearing the mask because we're supposed to, you know, we really do need to resist and not comply with any of these things. I feel like if I don't wear the mask, I can't get stuff done at businesses and things like that, and then I get screwed, really screwed, and everything is going to become a fight, and I've got to deal with the targeting. So it's like the one thing that I do just to get by and get done what I need to get done in the vaccine, and I won't be like, you know, believing the mainstream media or anything like that. You know what I'm saying? Okay, let's finish the trailer. But that was the
worldwide death toll rises to over 100.
I hate my attackers. But I did want to say, like, you know, I said that on like right at the kind of the beginning of the pandemic, about a month into it. Truth was reading articles about like how they were thinking CV could mutate and it could actually affect people neurologically, right? Think about this. You think about VACCINE. You think about links to AUTISM, right? This is ridiculous. I'm gonna have to find a way to talk about stuff. Wow, this is ridiculous. But you think about that, right? So you think about, did, you know, other VACCINEs, did they have neurological effects on people? Were they already years ago? Because right, they've been torturing people, remote neural manipulating them, remote neural monitoring them, hitting them with microwaves since like after World War II, War II, blah blah blah. You think about like years back with just vaccines for other things. I'm just going to say it. Just vaccines for other things did have nanotechnologies in them where they were starting early, right? It's like instead of they implant people with kind of small implants, but were vaccines like a couple of years ago or maybe after 2000 did they start putting nanotechnology in them, and then you have these neurological effects on people, right? Now they're coming out with these brand new vaxes for for CV, and are these going to have nanotechnologies in them too? They're going to be doing a lot of stuff, right? We've talked about this, but then the danger is this lie. It's this lie that, oh, there's this new strain and it affects the brain. Well, we've got special technology that we can just monitor the brain, right? This is biometrics, right? It's just biometrics. It's just reading the brain just to see the damage that new strain, right? But it wouldn't be that. It would be monitoring the unique brainwave signature. It would be mapping it as much as they could, and then get ready or whatever if people become different than targets because they're doing it to so many people, right? Doing so many different things to so many different people. Technology.
All infected Americans are being forced into quarantine camps. Sarah. Department of Sanitation. Sarah, talk to me.
I think my neighbor has it.
It's easier if you just open the door. Mrs. Grant, you have visitors.
Sarah, please.
Sarah, do not open that door.
Beginning thermal scan. 3, 2, 1. Anomaly detected. Will be arriving in 4 to 6 hours.
Did you guys see that?
Attempt to leave your home.
I didn't watch I just watched the first part.
Armed guards will be arriving in 4.
What's this?
Beginning thermal scan. 3, 2. Anomaly detected. Armed guards will be arriving in 4 to 6 hours. You must not attempt to leave your home, or you will be shot.
This is my message to you.
I know you're ready.
Why put out a movie like this? People are up in arms. People are up in arms.
Sarah, I'm not letting you give up.
This is my message.
Sometimes we have to do things we want to survive.
I'm trying to save the one person left in my life that matters to me.
I can't. What you're talking about is illegal.
Now maybe this is you see, because you got December 11th, right? That's when all the V's come out, and then you got this movie coming out on the same day. They want about 70%, at least in the United States, probably more in some other countries, the same in some other countries. And they got this movie about like, what if it gets worse and it mutates? So I think I'm figuring it out as we're watching it, that they want to scare people into going and getting the V, right? But then they're also putting a lot of predictive programming about things down the road that are going to happen that are going to affect the brain. I guarantee that. With remote neural monitoring, come up with an excuse, some imaginary thing that they make up that is not happening to the brain, but they say it is, so then do what they've done to us, and they scan the brain, right? So that then they can target it later. They scan the unique brainwave signature. So that's, so they're using, for biometrics data. Arachno Nixon says, Shar, the dream manipulation has increased exponentially for me and everyone else too, from what I hear. Arachno Nixon says, I know planet dreams too because I only sleep 1 to 2 hours at a time, and the human brain doesn't enter into dream state on its own in that short of time. Yeah. I don't know. I used to have more vivid directed dreams, but like I feel like with Dave Case CD and the lead cap and stuff like that, I have directed dreams, but I don't remember them. So it may be my attackers doing that on purpose, where they don't. It has more of a subconscious effect on my actions and triggers my brain in a certain way. But I do know targeted individuals that have had like dreams that become way more vivid too. Yeah. Arachno Nixon says Bob Marley would be rolling in his grave when this song was used to promote such filth. Yeah. I think we figured it out though. I think that they're using this film. I mean, they're doing some predictive programming about things that I think are coming with the brain, right? It may be a CV, a mutated form of CV that they make up, right? Because, you know, CV19, how much of it is true, how much of it is not true. But something probably just, you know, just made up, false flag. And then they got to check it. Yeah, new type. Hey, new type says dream manipulation is is bad. It's very bad. They've given me dreams where it's like my parents are dying and I can't get to them. Also dreams that feel like they're from like literally mental patients that you know, make no sense, and everything feels so scary and crazy. It's really bad. I like that. Fear is a lower vibration with love in your life. A sacred heart cannot have any hate in their heart, just love and understanding. Yeah. I feel like we got to focus on helping good people and making our own lives better, connecting to Christ, connecting to God, Jesus Christ, you know, and not that's hard, man, because I know we all want to hate our attackers. I kind of got past. And the way you got to use defenses to do this too, but you want their tar babies, your attackers and the gang stalk. It's all a tar. The more that you're embroiled with it and angry and yelling at them, you're getting embroiled in this tar baby. You know, Briar Rabbit was like yelling at the tar. He started getting all the tar on him. So the way that you kind of want to disconnect from what your attackers are doing, you need defenses to do this, but you want to, and this is going to kind of ironic because this is not mental illness. This is really people with integrated directed energy weapon systems torturing us. But you want to disconnect as much as you can and treat what's happening, even the V2K, as a symptom of a disease, right? It's not. It's people doing this with technology. The more that because your attackers are depersonalizing all of this. They have automated systems. They don't. The human operators don't care about you at all. You've got to depersonalize everything about it and neutralize it emotionally. Work on your higher frequency emotional stuff, right? Helping other people, fighting the good fight, believing in the impossible and things like that. And then depersonalize almost what they're doing to you is being like, this is pain, this is annoyance, this is aggravation. Now, what do I need to do to alleviate those symptoms, right? Because if you're like, you kind of get tricked, and I with getting into a fight, like yelling at your attackers and stuff, because sometimes you're just yelling at automated V2K. You're just yelling at automated stuff, right? But I've found like to separate and kind of neutralize. Yeah, Rose says they are obsessed with everybody's DNA, for sure. They're obsessed with everybody, just every part of everybody's body, like all of our organs. They want our organs. They want data off of like, you know, every bit of our brain and our nervous system, so that in the future they can just control everyone and everything from birth, right? Which is Satan. I mean, it's a pure Satanism that somebody born on this world would not have freedom, right? God, God has this awesome life was created, and a person has a destiny when they enter this world. And they need freedom to explore, to find out what that destiny is. Like it's even happened to me. I don't know if I was implanted at birth or not. A lot of us. So it's already happening. Can you imagine in the future when it's like a born and they can just immediately, you know, scan its brain, but not only scan the baby's brain, but like put memories or put certain personality traits on that brain, or parents could pay for certain personality traits. Or if somebody's in a fight with another person, they have access to technology. They could like screw up their baby that was born, screw up its brain, and make it an idiot. You know, there's so many things. I mean, that's just like I don't even know if what a sense, but y'all kind of get what I'm saying. Jennifer says, I get the dreams as well, but they are never as bad as reality with this torture. Yeah. And with the dreams, they're trying to psychologically build triggers. They're trying to like see what you'll do in certain situations. Well, they're trying to do a lot of stuff with directed dreaming, but one thing they're trying to do is like if you're having a directed dream about something that's giving you strong emotion, they want you, when you come across a situation that has the kind of same they created in that dream state. So it would be a lot worse than if you didn't have that directed dream. Remote neural manipulated, they're manipulating you, they're triggering you in a certain situation. With that directed dreaming and that push, it's going to be a whole lot worse, right? So it's that remote neural manipulation. I don't know, like I don't know why I can't remember a lot of my directed dreams lately. I like to think, you know, I always like to think I'm defending myself very well, and I'm defending some of the stuff, but I'm like, well, I'm just defending myself well enough, so I'm obviously not having directed dreams. But on that one, because they can do a lot of stuff in my sleep, I'm kind of like, they're doing something. My attackers have decided that I shouldn't remember because it's going to be more successful for something they're, you know, trying to get started. My back really hurts. Oh, really? Rose says this is on YouTube. Gravitas is China creating a global DNA database. I think that every country is creating databases, right? But that's, you know, you're going to see that a lot. Like what Rose, this on YouTube, Gravitas is China creating a global DNA database. Now, every country is creating a DNA database for its citizens, like even allies of America and Russia. But it's just like those articles with those agents, right? They're saying Russia has these microwave weapons and it's hitting all these agents, right? They want to point the finger at one country and say one country's doing this weird stuff. Look at them, look at them. But it's really every that's connected to the top of the pyramid, which is globalist, right? So let's finish this out. But you guys see, right? I think we figured it out. I was saying predictive programming. They want things to get worse. They want people to get scared, blah, blah. But then you see the date, right? You see the date. Let me pull up an article real quick. Oh, man, I don't want to show an article about the vaccine. No, because I'm just showing articles about when the vaccines are going to take place. Say anything about them. We all know that vaccines are so great. They're the greatest thing in the world. I'm so companies at the same time, you know, how did that happen that they all came up with an effective, like up to 90% vaccine? It's like somebody wrote a story or something, and then it's like playing out, and it's so great, and it's just a great thing. I see High Impact's TV doing that, and some other people, they're just sarcastic about it to kind of get through it.
And remember, stay safe and sanitize.
Okay, what happened here? Oh, I'm not sharing my screen. Sorry, guys. Hold on. Okay, that was pretty much the end of the okay, now my Chrome isn't responding. Yeah, the guy just said something. He just goes, yeah, good luck. He said good luck on something. They okay, I might start doing a lot of live streams during the day, guys, because they apparently are very scared of these live streams during the day. Or clean my computer out or something. It's horrible. Okay, let's just X that one out. So I put that in the description. apparently we're having trouble with that Songbird. But I wanted to show you all that because, like, I really do. I think the main thing is that they're trying to scare people into getting the okay. Windows Microsoft is not working anymore. Cannot X that out. This is bad. I don't do good when I have a lot of technical issues. I do very bad, and they know that. My attackers know that. I start kind of mumbling and stumbling around, but we're going to get through it as long as they don't kick me off. We're just going to go through it. I'm just trying to X out this YouTube thing before it shows something else. Like whoa. Gonna add everything's going very slow, guys. I need to, I guess, check my computer out and see if I have any. I don't. Some streams, like, I plan stuff and they just try and get them off, and I'm not understanding because it seems like that they would have tried to cut that off. I don't know. Maybe they're just trying to mess with me. They want. That's what me and Mike talk about that a lot. A long time, and I'm like, why do they do this? At the beginning I was like, why are they doing this? Why are they doing that? And he's like, well, think about it, they may just be doing it to you so that you're trying. Why are they doing that? Certain things they do for certain reasons, but certain things they throw it out there, they'll do it to you to annoy you, and you're trying to figure out what's the psychological. Hey True Seer, man, how you doing? True says, good, you're back. Yeah, dude, I'm gonna try and do more stuff. I've been kind of like taking a break, but then I kind of came back with some videos. I'm going to be trying to do more stuff, but I have to balance it with other projects I have going on. Basically, like surviving is my project. But yeah, I'm going to be trying to do more stuff, and I really do have something edited. But I was hoping for a more successful UN thing. So and I prepared for that, so I'm changing some things up. It's not going to be that great. I've been taking a long time on it, but I'm just trying to. I've been having a lot of problems with that. Okay, so we watched that. We watched the that preview, and now I wanted to go through a couple of articles. Two articles because they're very different. One of them talks about like mind control. Well, I'll show you guys. I'll show you the comparison and understand how they talk about this stuff, right? In 2020, they're like, mind control is on the way. We better start thinking of the ethical implications before. Like you'll see this article, and then you'll see my face get red and the anger, and then like I'll turn into the Hulk, and it's just such lies. You know, people are dying and they're just lying about it, and they're like, oh, this wonderful mind control tech is just going to show up on the scene, and then you've got people who were being hit with mind control weapons. That's how they're getting all this crap. That's how the consumer market's filled up with mind control stuff. That's how the medical market. That's how brain computer is. Why aren't you listening to us? Because you can put 2 and 2 together. 2 plus 2 equals 4, right? But it's like, even after hearing us, they're like, oh, mental illness, mind control is on its way. These people are saying they're mind control. Mind control's not here yet. Mind control's not here yet because the mainstream media didn't say it was. You know that? The mainstream media didn't say anything about people being mind controlled without their consent. You've got these people who are saying they're being mind controlled and tortured without their consent, but the media didn't say anything about it. And actually, you know, actually the mainstream media has talked about targeting, so that's not even true, but they just don't talk about it a whole lot. So TIP says, where can we see this movie? I think it's going to be on Netflix. I think it's going to be on Netflix. It says everywhere December 11th. I don't think it's going to be in theaters. So it'll probably be like on Netflix, and maybe you could buy it on YouTube or something like that. Maybe it'll be in theaters. But the thing that you need to pay attention to, wait, let me look this up. My computer was going slow, so I forgot to do this. I want to show you just to show you the dates line up, right? This December 11th thing. So December 11th is a huge day, and 11 is a big thing in the cult's planning. There was something that happened on like 9/11. I stole that joke from Jeff Censored on his last live stream. He was like, we had the 3/11. That's when it was announced. Like it was like something was announced. I think the lockdowns were announced on 3/11. Were the lockdowns announced on 3/11? That's a long time ago, but something happened on 9/11. Jeff C said that. So funny. Now I tell you all something else that's kind of funny. Date for vaccine. All those dudes are very, very creative in like finding special words for things they can't say. And my brain's so microwave, I can't think of another word for it. I'm gonna have to like sit down and write out like, okay, for this is like a code, a little code book that we have. So official vaccine releases. I'm going to share this on my screen. We're going to see this. I kind of wanted to talk more about the neuro weapons today, but this is really important. And I just saw that this was released on December 11th. I'm kind of like, I watched the first part, and I have to tell you guys this. You know that guy at the beginning that's on the bike, and he's doing the thermal scan at the beginning, the older guy? I met him. Like I actually met him when I went to go check out UCLA before I went to college. His name's Bradley Whitford. He was the bad guy on Billy Madison, and I actually met him in an elevator. And I freaked out, man. I was freaking out whenever I saw, some kind of movie star or anything. I wouldn't nowadays, but I did back then. It's predictive programming, and they're trying to scare people. I actually saw it like Tuvik, the Vulcan from Voyager, when I was buying my ticket at the Mann's Chinese Theater, and then I sat behind at the Mann's Chinese Theater. This is like it must have been in 1999. Wow. Okay, way off topic. Let's get back on topic. So I want to share my screen on this one. Let me make sure it pulled up the right thing, guys. I've got to find a way, because I've already said it kind of throws me off. Oh wait, we want COVID vaccine. Date for COVID vaccine. Okay, and then we'll look at these. And Jeff C was showing December 11th for it all. Okay, let's read this. This is the most recent article here. So I'm going to share my screen with you guys. So you got Pfizer and BioNTech are two of them. Pepper, what's going on? Hold on, baby. Showing December 11th. I'm not sure if they're going to show it on here. Let me read some of y'all's comments while I'm waiting for it. So where is it? Where is it? Where was that? I should have just taken it straight from him. Let me just put this in. Hold on one second. I hope y'all can still see this. We're just going to this. We're going to do this. My computer freezes up. I'm really like impatient. I'm a really impatient person. I used to be very patient. So okay, there it is. Let me reload it just to make sure you guys can see this. Okay, so we're gonna stop this. See it. Y'all can see it when I switch screens, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, guys, Angela says only 9 thumbs up out of 24. You guys, give me some. I will go ahead and thumbs up my own video too. I have told y'all that, right? I do thumb up my own videos, just so it can get out to more people, you know. I have shame about certain things, but not about like getting my information out on YouTube. I just want to do whatever it takes to get people, you know, seeing this stuff. I don't know, so many people have been censored from YouTube. I'm hearing about, this is what I'm going to do, because I like Ryan Dawson. I think he's very smart. So I watch Ryan Dawson, and I look at and see where he's kind of moving to and what he's doing. And I'm like, he's got a kind of a finger on the pulse and stuff. So he's saying Rumble's pretty good. He's saying he likes Rumble better than BitChute. So I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to start maybe going on to DLive and then putting some of my stuff on Rumble and checking that out. I'm going to start diversifying more, just in case I get kicked off. A small enough channel so I'm flying under the radar. Put out very important information about stuff that people really, really need to be talking about, but it's like they're, you know, they're getting the big fish right now. I'm a big fish in life. I'm a small fish on YouTube, you know. So CV-19 oh man, those are all words that I can't say. We're just going to say COVID-19 vaccination could start December 11th, right? So November 23rd, 2020. Pfizer's coronavirus vaccine could be approved and roll out across. I think the deal is you can say the words if you're like approving of it. If you're like, oh yeah, the vaccine's coming out, and that's why most content creators are being like totally now. I just have a hard time hard time organizing that. I just want to talk about it, and it's horrible, you know. So COVID-19 vaccine, December 11th. November 23rd, 2020, Pfizer's coronavirus vaccine could be approved and roll out across the U.S. at the end of the second week in December. Monsef Slough. Pepper, come here. What are you doing? Science advisor for Operation Warp Speed said on several Sunday talk shows, the first people could receive the vaccine on December 11th or December 12th. The goal is to immunize 20 million people by the end of December. Another 30 million could be vaccinated each month after that. Our plan is able to ship vaccines to the immunization sites within 24 hours for the approval. But it's just a great thing that they like had all this stuff just ready, and it was like these 3 different companies like at the same time. They're all going to release it at the same time. It's just so great. It's so great for us. We can just be mutated, new nanotechnology in our brains and stuff. And people without that much nanotechnology, who haven't gotten enough from chemtrails or whatever, you know, they're going to get full cover of their body. You know, lots of stuff right up in their brain. They can use that nanotechnology to start giving people headaches and say CV is mutated or there's a new thing and it's affecting the brain. And then they can monitor more people, right? They can, oh, we got this technology. But you see the dates, December 11th. So it's Pfizer and then that BioNTech, and then there's another one. But I forgot what the other company was, you know. So it's so great. It's great. We're going to get a bunch of chemicals shot in us. You know, I'm not going to take it, so because my targeting would probably be way worse. Yeah, Arachno Nixon says Netflix has so much satanic crap on it. It's owned by the son, I think the grandson of Edward Bernays. So it's pure propaganda. It's pure Zionist propaganda. Things they want people, you know, focus. You know, I watched a zombie movie recently, and I like zombie movies, but like during it, I was thinking, you know, movies are really dangerous. Zombie shows are really dangerous. Zombies are so popular. And the reason that they want to show zombie movies and they want to make that popular, because I don't know if that stuff, I guess there's a market for it, you know, but there's a creative market. There's an artificial market for it. I like zombie movies. You know, I like zombie movies. I just like the literal zombie movie. But there is a thing where it's about the other, right? You got the normal people who haven't been turned into zombies yet. And then you got the sick zombies who are the other. They're dangerous. You got to kill them, right? And then you see something like CV come out, you know, across the globe, and you think about these predictive programming, not things like, you know, I don't think people are zombies, right? These zombie shows and movies don't make me think that people with CV are zombies. It's the subliminal thing they put in people's head of how they react to people like they're the other. And it can build these conditionable triggers, these conditionable programming things and conditionings. Even to the strongest mind, over long periods of time, it can affect them and how they see people, how we see each other. So I do think they're kind of dangerous in those ways, but I don't think you're going to stop zombie movies. I'll still watch zombie movies, and I won't think that. I will be consciously aware not to think other people who are sick as the other, you know, and think of them as dangerous. But I do think that they're trying to do that to a certain part of the population. As intelligent as a lot of us, you know, they can be affected by that a lot more and just see the other. You start seeing the other in other people. Yeah, but I was just thinking about that. There's some really good zombie movies though. I watched one the other night. It's called like hashtag I must survive. It's really good, like really good. And I liked it because, you know, it was about survival. Yeah. Ragnar Nixon says, "Hey, lucky you, we've got a bargain bin backs for you." And then the guy, you had the guy from the WHO saying, you know, oh man, might have to give 2 or 3 passes of it, you know. And then, you know, I'm kind of thinking they're going to do the vaccine so that people will be like, okay, now we can go back to it. But then they're going to hit it with like, oh, well, it mutated. The vaccine has actually made it mutate and things have gotten worse. I hope that doesn't happen. I hope that doesn't happen. But I'm just not too hopeful about the future of our system, where it's going, because they're just murdering so many people and torturing them and tricking people. I just don't see it being like, okay, well, we got our data right. We did Event 201, and then we did the pandemic, and we tortured all these people with you know, microwave weapons, neuro weapons, and we collected that. Well, now back to normal life, right? Yeah, I just don't see that. I don't think any of us see that happening. Hey, Samson, I haven't seen you in forever. What are you doing? Samsonite said in the 1960s we had more mercury-based shots than any generation. Oh, wow. Yeah. Arachno Nixon says affordable on your budget might have more side effects. Who knows? But you'll be able to afford it. You might grow like an arm out of the side of your body, but it'll be affordable. It won't be that expensive a vaccine. These companies, Pfizer, other one, yeah, they're going to make so much money. And it's obvious, right? I didn't say this, but is this obvious to y'all? Let's just say we just need to say these companies like Pfizer and Biontech, whatever that other one was, and the third one, they're connected. They're very, very connected to the military-industrial complex, right? They got these contracts. They got these contracts to give vaccines to all of America. They're nuzzled up to the military-industrial complex. Now, what's the military-industrial complex working on right now? Well, they're working on putting nanotechnology and implants and biometric sensors and everything into people, and they don't even need that, and targeting them, freezing everything up now. I'm hitting some truth, guys. We're over the target. We're getting flack. You know, but you know what I'm saying? These companies making the vaccine, they are buddy up with the military industrial complex, and you better bet that any company in any country that's doing a vaccine, their buddy military industrial complex, the main thing the military industrial complex is doing right now is mind control. That's the biggest thing they're doing. So we get some companies making vaccines. You think the military, oh well, you're injecting stuff that people have no idea what you're injecting into them. Make it safe. No, they're saying put a bunch of crap in that. We're going to put nanotechnology in that, and we're going to compartmentalize it so only a certain people know that it's in the stuff. The people probably administering it have no think it's safe. You know, that's the way they do things. And then they're going to have a lot more people hooked up with the right kind of equipment they want. Because of course, you do targeting without too much stuff, right? You probably have some nanoparticulates, heavy metals, the natural magnetite in your brain and stuff like that. But they want more stuff in there. They want implants in there. They want more nanotechnology. They want redundant systems so that it's stronger, it's more intense. Like if you got nanotechnology covering neurosystems in your brain, then the stuff that they're doing, it can be a lot more intense. They can control a person where if they don't have that stuff in somebody's brain, they can mess with them, they can hurt them, they can mess with their thoughts, but it's not going to be this, you know, intense, like I can make you do anything, right? Hey, Matthew, I'm sorry about that, man. I'm going to put your comment up on the screen because I know a lot of people are feeling that way. You say, God bless you, Kyle. They're tearing me up really bad. That's why we got to do that defense thing. I guess we'll just have to do a big defense stream every once in a while. I'll put it in the playlist, and we'll give people ideas. Some of these things really work, guys. They really work. I do want to say this really quick. I'll save it for the defense stream. The external hits just seem to really, if you can just find a big patch of skin on your body, just find a big patch of skin on your body and put there any kind of grounding blanket, grounding straps, find some way to ground, put it on a big strip of skin on your body, because your skin isn't putting it on that big strip, then what it's doing is sucking all the positive ions out into the grounding. And with those external hits, it's like pure positive ion. Your skin, and then your skin starts to burn, and it's like positive ions are filling up your skin and conducting along your skin. But if you have the grounding on a big pack, stuff's going to ground out, and you're gonna have more negative ions on your skin. So there's a lot of science to that. Yeah, bad guys. I'm just, you know, we got to do this. This is a war. This is a war, and nobody's really helping us. And it really, you know, the special rapporteur on torture, he has a lot of power. He has a lot of power to speak out about these things and really kind of to go to countries and say, you cannot do this kind of torture because this is, you know, look, there's a Geneva Convention, there's things we've agreed on, but to see him have all that evidence and all those testimonies and everything, and he can't say a word about this actual General Assembly, he can talk about it in human rights councils and everything, that scares the hell out of me. It scares the hell out of me, and I the system that we're going against is super powerful. This is the worst fight. This is very unlucky for us to be fighting, because you don't want to fight the most powerful money. Nobody says anything about anything satanic they're doing, because like they'll kill them and their family. It's not what we want for our lives at all. But I always find that like God has this balance in our lives. It's a really, really unlucky thing, but maybe we got a story to tell. Maybe we got settlements coming out of this. We just don't know. You know, everything's changing, guys. Everything is changing. Like the way that people know about this technology and everything is changing. Yeah, Samsonite says, I was watching a video on Green Bank, West Virginia. People are there, but they aren't enforcing the laws. What do you mean? Like, I went to Green Bank, West Virginia, and they said Wi-Fi, but there is, like in Green Bank, West Virginia, there's tons of Wi-Fi. It's just you gotta, it was like at a certain level. They had a specific type of Wi-Fi that they could use, and they couldn't use over a certain like frequency of Wi-Fi because of the radio telescope. But I've told you guys this. I have a bunch of videos on going to Green Bank. I was 15 feet away from the actual radio telescope, and I could hear my V2K, and I was getting externally hit, you know. So I was very hopeful about that. I thought it would be our promised land or something like that, but it didn't pan out. But it's like I may have different stuff in my body or something like that, where I go there and it doesn't work for me. Another different, maybe just nanotechnology, not an implant, go there and it could really help them, right? That's the crappy thing, you know. We're all targeting, so it's hard to tell what's exactly going to work for one person and not another. Nicholas Hamlin says, I finished my around the room oil for active shielding using frequencies that are biologically beneficial. Schumann waveforms around $100 for a room, could also be used around the house. I think that's a good idea, Nicholas, but man, I mean, getting the coil and putting it around the whole house, $100 for a room. This is my thing. Like, I think we should do some stuff to secure the home, right? To defend the home, maybe even paint or anything like that. But I think what you want to do first, this is my thing. These are Schumann resonators, right? That you can just put on your body, right? You put them on your. So what I think about defense is, like, I started out defending like around me and around my house and all my windows, the walls, and painting aluminum on the house and everything like that. But it's like your attackers can easily find cracks within that. I feel like it's what you want to do, and you do want to do what you're saying too. But at first, you want to defend your body. You want to defend as close to your body as you can, or something like, room. You could do a room or something, or like a Faraday bunker or something like that. But I feel like it's easier to defend closer to your body, so you're not like by so much material and stuff like that. I mean, defend close to your body, and then get those Schumann looping things in the rooms. I have no doubt that if we had enough money, like if each of us had like $100,000, and then we had the place we wanted to fix up, boom, we could clean this stuff. We could interfere with this stuff enough to where it'd be like, you'd have 10% left of it, you know. Hey, Serendipity Blooming. Serendipity Blooming says, hi, Kyle. Hi, everyone. How are you doing? Samite says, the Wi-Fi police, they were operating above the legal limit. Yeah, it's something like that. Yeah, it's like they can't do it at Wi-Fi level because it'll mess with the radio telescope, but they can still use Wi-Fi. Yeah, they probably did. People are probably like messing up the radio telescope. I bet you people are messing up the radio telescope. Nicholas says, I am almost done with the mobile pulsars that use the same waveforms. It saves only 7.83 hertz. Okay. That sounds really promising. Mobile pulsars. What is that? So it's kind of like a Q wave thing or a Schumann thing. That could be very, very promising. Hey, Nadia. Nadia says, hey, y'all. Greg, hey, Greg. Greg says, worthwhile investment. $100 for a room to do a loop coil. How good does it work? Is it getting rid of stuff? Yeah, I guess that's what New Type was asking. New Type was asking, have you noticed any difference, Nick? Okay, so Nicholas says big time, but it's not a 100%. It's like 30 to 50% less for mobile unit and far better with the room loop. Okay, so you're getting like 50%, 50% kind of, that's awesome. That's awesome. You should start selling those, man. Or that's what we'll do. I'll talk to you, and then you can come on and talk about all that. You can talk about anything you want to talk about. We need to do a live stream with you. That's going to be probably this weekend. This is just me talking about this preview, this trailer for a movie called Songbird, and then I wanted to go through like 2 articles real quick. But we were just chatting, kind of got distracted a little bit. Two-way, but more power, better waveforms, and severely improved antennas. Oh, that'd be cool. And it's like, with Q-Wave, it works a little bit, but it's not working good enough to like to give a lot of relief, maybe more relief. Yeah. Shar says, yes, Kyle, keep it in close, tight, works best for me anywhere. Yeah, that's the problem. Yeah. And so, because I've done all the shielding, like I did the Faraday bunker, and I wanted to say this. I wanted to say this. I wanted to say, well, I'll just say it. We won't say it for the defense thing. Rose says, I'm trying to just shield my body right now. Yeah. Like, I remember I had really bad external hits. I had all the other stuff, but really bad external hits. I was using Dave Case's CD, still had really bad external. Was not helping with the external hits. Then I got a grounding blanket. I think I just had a grounding blanket. I got my grounding blanket. I built my Faraday bunker, and I got my Faraday bunker with the grounding blanket and Dave Case's CD playing. It helped with the remote neural manipulation, but the external hits were still hitting me some. It was blocking some of it, right? And then when I was using that Faraday bunker, in that time I was using the Faraday bunker, switched from the blanket to the grounding straps on my leg. I remember that. And then when I switched to the grounding straps on my leg and Dave Case CD, then I didn't feel the external hits as much. Like I felt them sometimes, but it was a lot better. And then I like tore down my Faraday bunker because I thought they were using it against me or something like that. I just like, I was like, oh man, all this aluminum, are they bouncing it around? So I got out of the Faraday bunker, I tore it down. It's still having Case CD every night, and the external hits never, they always kind of stayed low. Like sometimes they'll hit me in the head, but it's like I'm not my back hurts. I feel the remote neural manipulation, but when I started using the grounding on the leg, that's when the external hits started getting better for me. And I remember that vividly, like vividly. Now, what's happening there? Is the grounding just complete? And or did my attacker say, well, he's changing, he's putting these grounding straps on, and we need to make things more automated anyway and do less external hits anyway. We want on his brain more, so let's just make him think that he fixed it, or that he got a lot of relief from these grounding straps, and we're just going to change the protocol on him, right? So, but that's a win still, right? So that's why that's another reason that people need to be trying defenses, because sometimes your attackers will want to give you a lot of relief in a certain way. It'll hurt you more in another way, right? When they're trying to work on your brain more, and they're like, this is a good point to kind of switch it up, right? And that gets confused. That gets too confusing. I do think the grounding really works really good. So Nicholas says, leaning more towards 30%, however, with the frequency being high quality and constantly changing, keeps them on their toes big time. I've experienced a few days where they just gave up. Wow, that sounds awesome. That sounds awesome. Yeah, Matthew says definitely 5G is a monster. Well, we just need to have you on here, and then you can promote your channel, Nicholas. We just need to do another one of that, right? Where you just come on a live stream, we just talk about the stuff you're working on, you promote your channel. Definitely, guys, go check out Nicholas Hamlin's channel. We'll do another live stream here. I got so much stuff that I got to do. I got so many articles and stuff I want to get out. And all you guys need to just go on Google, directed energy weapon systems, integrated directed energy weapon systems, contractors, microwave contractors. Just think of put it into Google. Find a bunch of stuff, a bunch of like really recent stuff on remote microwave attacks. It's out there, it's mainstream, and it's mainstream journalism, remote microwave attacks, right? They're just not admitting that there's this huge torture program going on. That's the only thing they're not doing. And still people just, ignore it. Because we're in the age of so much information that some important information can be right in front of everybody's face, yet people they're just paying attention to their own little niche, right? And you've also got a mafia set up where people know, like, we know the election was rigged, right? We know that like Biden couldn't have won by 6 million votes. That's impossible. That's just impossible. We know there was massive fraud. Yet on mainstream media, it's like people are going like making fun of Donald Trump. He's a sore loser. Donald Trump is doing exactly. Even if Donald Trump doesn't get into office, this needs to happen, because there was so much fraud from the left. If they just get away with it this time, it's just going to keep on going, and it has been going on for a long time. What was I going to say? What did I tell my dad about that? I said, also, most of the intelligence agencies in the military-industrial complex, I think some of them, like Donald Trump, I think the really hardliners that really want to go ahead and move forward with brutalizing more people and controlling them, they wanted him out because he was kind of an impediment on some things. And so I think that you actually you have the CIA that's overthrown so many elections in other countries, right? Rigged so many elections in other countries. That intelligence agencies have been rigging elections in this country for many elections past, right? Just this Joe Biden and the way that it occurred, it was so obvious. It was just so obvious, But it's like, I've been watching some people talk. It's like the probability is going down, down, down for Trump to actually reclaim the presidency. Matthew Hill says, they are literally hurting me more if I become more active, and it has always been like this from day one. Can you believe that? Try to function like a human, they attack me even more viciously. Boy, you don't know how much I understand those words, man. Yes, it's a war. You got to push it, and the deal is this too. If you are gonna, this is the thing. I mean, if you are active, make videos, do activism, try and just make money to survive, right? With a job or something like that, you're gonna need defense. Like, if you don't have defense, these people are like going 100% on you. I couldn't do anything. You know, and maybe you do use some defenses, Matt, but we're gonna do a defense thing. We'll sit here for a long time. I worry about that because I'm like, if we do a long live stream, like people, like targeted individuals that just need an idea for defense, it's like, are they going to sit through that long live stream? We just need to do it. We just need to do it. I'll put it in my playlist, and people can kind of skip around to certain things, or they can read the chat. Yeah, Arachno Nixon says he won't reclaim it. He'll have a couple of lawsuits that'll go nowhere, but he won't stand up for anything. Yeah. Well, I think what they're doing, I think what's happening is they're getting shut down in the state Supreme Court, and that's what they had planned. That's what Trump's legal team had shut down as fast as possible so they can get to the Supreme Court, and then Trump's got some of his judges in there. But I think even with that, they want it to go to the Supreme Court so and whatever. I'm not sure if even Trump thinks that he can reclaim the presidency, but they want it to be a federal issue. They want it to be a countrywide issue like that. And I think they recounted in Georgia recently, and Biden still won. I mean, if you're just recounting illegal votes, you're going to recount the same way. And then in Pennsylvania, I think they threw that out of that state. I mean, that state Supreme Court. Hey, John's still here. Did I say hey to you? John still here says, listening to a chat, retired electrical engineer said aluminum anywhere near your body is an antenna. Yeah, I've used aluminum away from the body, and what the deal is that it reflects and it absorbs. So it can act as an antenna, but if you have frequencies that are trying to hit you, it's going to be absorbed by that. So if you keep it away from your body, you should be okay. You know, I think there are better things now than aluminum. Personally, I think if you get really like in a desperate place, go get a tent. Like, do what I did with that Faraday bunker. Go get just a tent, put it in, and just start building around it. Aluminum, mylar, and everything. It'll be away from your body because you're going to be sleeping in the tent, so it's not going to be near your body. And I never felt like I was getting fried or it was like an antenna coming in. I always felt like it was blocking stuff. I think aluminum is too, it does absorb it. It does absorb it. It does act as an antenna as well as reflect it. You might as well use like copper, copper fabric. I think, aluminum polyester is okay, like mylar, but it's not great. I'm getting a lamb's beanie. I ordered a lamb's beanie, I think like 2 months ago or something like that, on November 30th. And they put a cell phone in that thing and then checked the EMF reading on it, and it was so it looks like the lamb stuff is really good, but it takes you like months to get the stuff for it to be sent to you. We need to talk this on defense, the defense stream, guys. Oh, really? Hamlet says, I am an absolute sitting duck when I'm flying. They'll hit me with all they got while I'm in the air. And I bet you that your attackers, Nicholas, they're actually like when you're doing your flying, like you're doing your hang gliding and stuff like that, they're like, oh, this is good practice. He's a moving target in the air, right? We want to make sure to automate it, because when I went flying in airplanes, my attackers love to hit me in the chest. It's like they get giddy because like I'm in the air and they get to do something different, right? Instead of just hitting me in my house. So they probably get all excited and they're like really paying attention. Oh, this is actual like military op stuff because they're flying in the air, and then we're trying to motion compensate. We're getting the AI systems to motion compensate, and then we're trying to hit them too. Sick people. And I think it's very impersonal. Well, my attackers, it just seems like it's impersonal. They say crap about me, but they don't care. Like if their manager was just like, we're going to stop this program, they'd be like, okay, whatever, what's the next job? Arachno Nixon says he'll more or less quietly go back to his billionaire lifestyle. Nothing more. Don't expect him to do anything. Really, you think so? I think he might, like, you know, he'll write a book. He'll probably start a he's been so against the media. He'll probably start a Fox type news station and try and fight with the mainstream media, because he already has this huge audience, right? And he really likes adulation and adoration from people. And so I think that if he loses, or if he does not reclaim, I wouldn't say lose, because it's like many people are like he's already lost. I'd say reclaim. It's an illegitimate election, so he really did win, I think. Right? But I think if he does not win the race, right? Y'all know what I'm saying. I think that he'll probably create like a television station with like Hannity and people that he likes, you know, because he hates the media so much. He should, because they are unfair and they're just propaganda now. Like, they're not journalists. We don't have any journalists. Like, Romola Diaz is a journalist. Frick, I'm a journalist more compared to some of these, you know, people on MSNBC, CNN, or whatever. They're just propaganda. Like, it's just their opinion. Like, you had Andy Cooper up there, who's like he's a CIA agent. Like, he's Project Mockingbird, and he's just sitting there. He's not giving any facts or anything, and he's just like, Donald Trump is just going through these baseless accusations of voter fraud, and it's just sad. It's sad. He's like an old man. I'm doing a horrible impression of Anderson Cooper, but he's just basically doing propaganda. You know, he's not bringing in any facts about like why there's no fraud here, no fraud. They're just saying no fraud found. That's ridiculous. But there was fraud found. There's affidavits. There's affidavits of people saying that you know, weren't let into place. There's affidavits of people. There's the Dominion machines. Where it's like Democratic governors own stock in those companies, stuff like that. I don't know if I'm saying that right about the Dominion machines, but Dominion machines that were switching votes from Donald Trump to Joe Biden. You know, so there's literally tons of evidence about fraud. It's weird. I heard something on the radio this morning where it's like it was Rudy Giuliani talking to somebody, and the liberals, the left side, is trying to go after the legal team, because they're like, well, they're in court and they're not talking about fraud. They're saying fraud outside of the court, but then when they're inside of the court, I think it's more of a constitutional issue. So I'm not quite sure. You know, I'm not quite sure what's happening. And I know if you guys do want to get like up to, or who kind of went on top of everything that Trump was doing for his legal stuff, Timcast, right? Tim, whatever, the guy with the beanie, he does some good videos, and he stayed really up to date with everything his legal team was doing. And at first, you know, Tim was like, that Trump can pull this out. You know, I think that Trump can actually do this. And now he's like, Trump's got a probability of doing this, but it's like 10%. You know, it's there. It could happen. It's not very likely. Even though, you know, and even though it was a fraudulent election. I mean, Joe Biden should not be our president. It's ridiculous. It's ridiculous. You know, dead people voting. You got proof of dead people voting. They said Will Smith's dad has been dead for many years. So let's get to these articles. Oh wow, we've already been on for 2 hours. Hey, did I see I hope I said hey to everybody. Hey, Judge Judy. Judge, shielded rooms that are designed for experiments. Oh, okay. Yeah, John still here said left, right, two wings of the same bird. Yes, yes, definitely so. But man, you know, John, when you're being hit with microwave weapons and everything's so bad, I think with voting and things like that, we have to take the lesser of two evils. and conservatism, the right, those things, smaller government, more personal freedom and things like that. There's still going to be corruption. Like, Trump is a Zionist. He has a lot of Zionist backers. He's also big on 5G, right? He's excited about the weapons. Who knows if he knows that many just regular citizens are being killed and tortured. But so he's doing bad stuff, but he is the lesser of two evils. Like, he's done some things that have actually held the New World Order back, at least for America. Like trying to get people back to work during CV, but he's but he's also putting out the vaccines, right? So it's almost like I'm doing this okay thing. I want people to work, take these medications that aren't the vaccine, but yeah, the vaccine's coming, right? Trump's been a tough one for me. I think he's a businessman, and I think he was selected to be in office. He has a lot of Zionist backers, Bibi and guy Adelson, who's like a really rich Zionist. And I ain't talking about Jays. I'm talking about Zionists. Like, they're Jewish Zionists and they're non-Jewish Zionists. I love Jewish people. I don't like people with certain cultish agendas, right? Really rich people. I'm not being stereotypical or racist, but and then I forgot what I was talking about. But he's a businessman, right? So he got selected to be the president of the United States, and he started to do his business thing and saying, well, I'll do this. They want me to do this, but then I'm going to do this because the people love me if I do this, right? And they started to not be able to control him, and the media started to go after him, right? Was he supposed to win? Elected probably. Was he supposed to win? I don't know. I guess so. Yeah. Erica Nerio says Trump wanted to fast track 5G. He's doing some really evil stuff. But it's like, do you want this is something Ryan Dawson also said, and I really agree with him. Ryan Dawson, check him out. He said, do you want a criminal for your president, or do you want Satan for your president? All right? Because criminal, he's doing some bad things, but Joe Biden is like a Satanist, Pedo Joe. You know what I'm saying? I know that people are like, the lesser of two evils is still evil, but I don't see it that way. I see if you can get the lesser of two evils, then it's like you're still fighting, but it's not as hard, right? It's not as hard. So I still think the right is the lesser of two evils, because smaller government, more personal freedom and things like that. And that's going to be harder for the New World Order to get what they want. Not like the question anymore. I mean, that's pretty much over. They're kind of rolling over all of us. Joyce Keller says Joe Biden actually said on YouTube, just pulled off the biggest Democratic voter fraud ever he said, we've got the biggest voter fraud organization ever built, right? Yeah, he said. Think about this, guys. I was thinking about this morning because Obama's been making the rounds, right? You see Obama with his new book. He was on the Stephen Colbert show. Obama seems to be coming out, right? Seems to be Obama. You see Obama now. You see Obama coming out. And then you think about, they really wanted to elect Joe Biden. Why would they want to elect Joe Biden? He's not that great, and he hasn't done anything. He's not a good candidate. Did they just like re-elect Obama? Are we going to see this? Because a lot of people are saying like Joe Biden's going to die and then Kamala Harris is going to come in. I'm not sure about that. Maybe so. Maybe at the end of his first term. But I think what we're going to see, let me call this one. Well, let me put where's my future hat? I'm going to call this one. So I think we're going to see Joe Biden selecting, or, Joe Biden looking like he's selecting Obama for something in his cabinet, or like a prime position in the administration. Future told. I just told the future. Yeah, Greg Capuano says Operation Warp Speed is Trump's baby. He does a lot of bad stuff. Like, when I talk about Trump, there's just some good things that he like for the economy, for like every family, like for getting people, like before the pandemic hit, our economy was the best it had ever been. That's the way that you serve people. That's the way that you help people, is you make our economy good. If you make the middle class strong, then you're going to have a more compassionate society, because you're going to have a middle class very willing to like give charity and help at their church or help a homeless person, right? You destroy the middle class and you have a low serfdom class, upper class, and you're going to have no compassion in society. You know, everybody at the bottom, every man for himself, trying to get food and get money and everything. Everybody's going to be hustling, right? They're going to be hustling. And then you're going to have the elite that doesn't give a crap and is just using all the people down on the lower class. So that's what the New World Order is really trying to separate an elite from a low, and just have two classes. At least Trump, with his policies, it was like the middle class stayed pretty strong. When you're pushing back a lot of evil and a lot of cynicism and a lot of hopelessness, right? Because the middle class is the backbone. The middle class of any country is the backbone of that country. Working in that country, donating in that country, just everything good comes from the middle class. Everything good. The upper class takes, the poorer class needs, right? And the middle class kind of like can give, is compassionate, doesn't have as much money to get so greedy, right? We need a strong middle class, and we're not going to have one for long. Char says, yes, Ryan Dawson, he doesn't believe in TIs, but he's really good. Really? He doesn't believe in TIs, Char? Okay, so said that Ryan Dawson, can you send, you probably can't, you probably don't know exactly what video he said it. Ryan, I'm talking about you. Send this to Ryan Dawson, who knows him. Like, tell him that targeted individuals are very real. Neurotechnology is very real, and they're doing this globally to people. I don't know if anybody on here knows him or anything. If somebody sees this and knows Ryan Dawson, tell them that targeted individuals are real. We're really being tortured and experimented on. They're scaling up the technology. The brain can be read and written to from far away. Ryan, I don't know. I mean, he has a pretty good channel. It's not too huge. I don't know if he would save our asses. Hey, thank you, Rose. Rose says, I'm glad you were having a live, Kyle. It helps a lot. Yeah, just talking about this stuff kind of helps, you know. I feel like it helps, like, you know, if we talk about it, we put out the evidence and stuff, and then you guys are all targeted individuals. Y'all are talking about what y'all are going through and talking to each other. I feel like any non-targeted individual that stumbles into one of these live streams, if they do, which I don't think it'd be easy on YouTube to stumble onto my channel, but I think they'd be like, wow, there's probably something to this, right? And that's why I try and stay as healthy and as defended and everything, like, and not run down as I can, so that I can present well, right? Like, kind of when I get off the stream, I'm hurt word. I'm like not as talkative and stuff, but I try and like present, you know, represent. I try and represent for our people. Hey, James. James says, this is a pretty big story about a stalking campaign getting tried in court. Okay, did you put it in chat, man? Paul says, I pray for all targeted individuals all over the world. I care about each and every one of you, no matter who you are or where. Thank you, Paul. I love you too, man. And I want to say a prayer too with you for every targeted individual. We'll say a prayer too at the end of the live stream. Arachno Nixon says, the elite take all the money, pay none of the taxes. The middle class does all the work of the taxes. And the poor, they just keep them around to scare the shit out of the middle class. Yeah, that's so funny. It's true. I don't think we're going to have a middle class for much longer. Maybe so. Maybe some miracles can happen. I was kind of telling, I was like, now's kind of the time where it's going to be like, you know, not right now, but in a few years, people are going to they're going to see what we see, right? We live in the future. We're kind of like Neo. Targeted individuals are like Neo. We're outside of the matrix. We see how horrible they're murdering and torturing people and collecting data off their brains. And other people, they're in the matrix, right? They're like, oh yeah, things are pretty good. You know, things are a little bit corrupt, but blah, blah, blah. You know, and so they gang stalk us because they want to protect their system, right? But we're already out of the system. I mean, we have to live in it, but we're like, no, they're killing. Like our country's just killing people, experimenting on them, murdering them unmercifully for their whole lives. So we're like Neo and Morpheus and all of them. And we got to understand that, I mean, we're going to have a lot of enemies in the system trying to protect their, you know, reality. Like, no, there can't be a new world order. No, there's no way that CV was planned or anything like that. No. You know, it's like being in the Matrix. Hey, New Type. New Type says, bro, you definitely representing. Man, I try, dude. Sometimes I just can't get on here. Like, I feel so bad. My brain feels so bad, but I'm feeling a boost. Like, I stopped taking kratom. Well, I started the kind of, what do you call it when you get off of a medication, but you do it like you start taking a little bit less. I started that about 3 weeks ago. And so now I'm like taking 2, maybe every 2 days, and I feel a lot more energy. I think I was in this cycle. I was taking kratom every day for years and years and years, and I was in this cycle where it was her system, and my attackers were seeing what it was doing to my brain, and then they were getting in there, and the remote neural manipulation was worse. So be careful. It was okay taking it every day, but then it just got worse and worse. I don't think some people that I've talked to say kratom is very dangerous. I don't. Just taking it all the time forever is not a good idea. You got to get off of it. Take it when you just need it. It's like I was this chemical shielding every day, and it doesn't really work. It doesn't work well like that, right? It just doesn't work good like that. I knew that too. When I started taking kratom, I was like, this is not a maintainable solution, but it can buy me time. I'm like, it can buy me a couple of years, buy me a year. But since this targeting never stops, you're still doing the same things 4 years out. And it's like, oh, no. You can't just take kratom. You know, like any kind of effect on your brain when you've got microwave attackers and automated systems working on your brain too with that drug, right? With any drug we take, there's a chance that our attackers, right, they're studying these drugs that we're using, how to use them against us, right? I remember one time I took Lyrica, and I thought the Lyrica would help me, but my attackers, like while I was awake, were making me feel like I was in a lucid dream. Like I was just like floating through the world, and it wasn't the Lyrica. Like my attackers that Lyrica was affecting my brain. Then my attackers were doing something with remote neural manipulation to make me feel like I was like walking through a dream. Like, and I think that was like the only time I think I did actually see visuals outside, but it was like I wasn't seeing a hologram. It was like I was perceiving a hologram, and I don't know. I don't know if that's kind of hard to explain. Hey, R-Wise, did I see Laura in chat earlier? I thought I saw Laura in chat earlier, and I think I missed saying hey to you. If I missed saying hey to you, Laura, thanks for coming. Yeah, Arachnid says, I just don't trust anything prescribed by a doctor. Yeah. Modafinil, Judge Judy. The gavel, Judge Judy. Judge Judy says, get some modafinil and test it. What's modafinil? What's modafinil? Modafinil. I've heard of that. What's modafinil is like, it's kind of like an ADD medication. I think I've taken that before. I don't know. I'm not sure. Modafinil. I know earlier my live stream was freezing up really bad. Okay, James put in a link. Newsweek, family receives life prison, first ever cyber stalking conviction. Do you have the link? We'll put it up. We'll put it up on the screen so people can see. Newsweek.com. Family receives life. Can I? Life in prison for. Let's check this out. Okay, we'll check out this article for this live stream, and then I'll go through the articles that I wanted to get through after the defense live stream. Maybe I'll do 2 short videos and go through the articles I wanted to go through sometime this week. Let's check this out. Family receives life prison for stalking conviction. Okay, let's look that up here. Oh, that's great, man. So it was a family that was cyber. I'm sure. Yeah, there's some family stalking too. But that's like small fries. It's like independent cyber stalking. It's a start. Family receives life in prison. Let's see. First conviction. I'll put this in the description. We'll check it out. I do kind of want to get through those articles that I had read. We've been going for a while. I don't know if people are going to be around to listen to them. So we've been going for about 3 hours, so I might save those. I'll save those. Okay, we'll read this. Let me share my screen here. At least they're getting individual families, like independent people. See what they're talking about, cyber stalking here. Let's read it. I don't want to start talking about it before I read it. I'll oftentimes do that. Yeah, James Nielsen said they use gang stalking style tactics. Maybe that's where it begins, like people really knowing that it's happening. It's like individuals using gang stalking and cyber stalking style tactics to understand that it's organized. It's organized with intelligence agencies and contractors and DHS fusion centers and stuff like that. I'm always afraid it'll throw people off. That, I'm always worried that it's like people are going to start going. There's this article on the sheriff in Florida who's doing gang stalking and stuff like that, and they're like, this one sheriff in Florida decided to stalk his community, the people in his community or something like that, and then people just think it's like individuals who are just like deciding to do it on its own, when it's like a complete global system that's very organized and has so much money in it. I feel like it's like to just derail, the big organizations that are doing it to us. But I don't know. I hope that it's the other way. I hope it's the other way and introduce people to it, and then they can say, okay, well, this is happening on a bigger scale, because why would these individuals even know about how to do this unless bigger organizations were doing it? So let's read this, guys. We'll read this article instead, because I don't think I'm gonna be trying to do more live streams anyway, so you guys will have a place to come and talk. I know there's some other targeted individuals. Rose says, yeah, we will have a TI picnic Southern style with potato salad, corn on the cob, barbecue spare ribs, etc. Southerners know how to eat. Yeah, I want to do a crawfish boil. What's modafinil? I found it, James. This is that article right here. I don't want to sign up for this. Just want to read some of it. Okay, so thank you, James, for putting this in the chat. So, family receives life in prison for first ever cyber stalking conviction. This was 2016. Wow. Lenore Matusewicz lawyer Kenneth Edelson leaves the federal courthouse and declined to comment as Amy Gonzalez and David Matusiewicz were sentenced to life in U.S. District Court in Wilmington, Delaware. In sentencing, David Matusiewicz and Gonzalez, I was joking on the Gonzalez one, guys. The judge described the stalking and shooting. Described the stalking and shooting of Christine Belford as a crime at the heart of the state of Delaware's judicial system and tore the fabric of the community. Wow. That's a long time ago, though. Huh, not that long, I guess 4 years. In a national first, defendants in Delaware have been convicted under the federal cyber stalking resulting in death. What they're talking about, they're not talking about like cyber torture, talking about cyber stalking, stalking people online and then on them around and stuff like that. An individual thing. There's a lot of that goes on. Yeah, and it does. It has a lot of like gang stalking aspect to it. The one thing though is like, I'll even have some like my registration is like December 2019. Like I need to fix registration, and I'll have city police and sheriffs like gang stalking me, and they don't stop me. Like they see that my registration is like a year old, and they're just stalking me. So some of my gang stalking, people breaking in and poisoning your shit ain't safe. Some of my gang stalking, like the city, it's like they're not allowed to touch you, right? It's like if you have a gang stalker doing something to you and you just like ignore them, they can't come up to you and you start hitting. You can sue the crap out of them. Like this individual stuff, I mean, they killed this girl. Sometimes I feel like gang stalking is a little bit safer, is what I'm saying. If you just don't, I don't know, but some targeted individuals have said that gang stalkers have come up and just punched them in the face and stuff. I don't see how you couldn't just sue the crap out of somebody if they do that, but some targeted individuals have said that it's happened where people have just hit them, just come up and hit them. People don't do that to me. I just sue. I wouldn't hit back. If a gang stalker hit me in the face and was just like, I heard something bad about you, blah, blah, I'd be like, I'm about to file the biggest lawsuit against you in the world, and I'm going to be talking about how you're a gang stalker too, and who you work for and why you did that. I just go big on the filing suit, because then it like I guess I'm going too far into this scenario, but like somebody hits you, I know the guy thing would be you'd want to hit him back, but say it was a gang stalker hitting you, and then you're the individual, you hit them back, then you're going to get in a whole lot more trouble, right? I just sue the crap out of them. Crawfish, Arachno Nixon. Oh my God, they're so good. Crawfish, man, we got so many crawfish boils. Anna, I don't think it's crawfish season though. Crawfish season is in the summer for here, but during the winter, you can get good crawfish shipped in from Texas to Louisiana. So during the off season in Louisiana, you can usually get good crawfish from Texas, which. Okay, Eric Canario is saying there's a case from this year where eBay execs were charged with stalking. Guys, I don't have a lot of moderators. I guess I have enough moderators. I'm about to get some more of you guys help me moderate. New type, why are you not a moderator? Did you not want to be a moderator, bro? Because I know I didn't take you off of moderating. Did that happen? Did somebody come in and just unmoderate you? Yeah, Craig says crawfish are pretty tasty, and like my brother, I'll help my brother make. He's like the best at it, and he puts the perfect seasoning in it. And then it's like you got to let it boil, and then you got to like take it off boil, but you got to let it sit for a little while so it sucks up all the juices. And definitely you got to have corn on the cob, potatoes, garlic. You got to have pieces of garlic. So we'll have crawfish, get a piece of corn on the cob, some potato with really good spices and stuff like that. And then you got garlic in there to flavor the crawfish too with spices. And you can eat little pieces of garlic with the crawfish, and I feel so good after that. I feel kind of like with iodine. Would crawfish have a lot of sodium or salt in them? But from the garlic, I always feel like, oh yeah, a lot better. Okay, so James said, yeah, I followed the eBay scandal. It was very much like a version of gang stalking. Yeah, yeah, and you also see things like on the left, right? You see people on Twitter or people with their jobs, like people run out of their jobs and stuff, and people on the left are basically like gang stalking them and harassing them and making them lose their jobs and stuff like that. So you're seeing these things these organizations have created, right? And now they're just becoming parts of other parts of society, right? Corporations. I think Brock showed it once where there was like a company that would gang stalk somebody for it, would try and destroy by harassing them and stuff like that. So it was like a pay to have somebody harassed and gang stalked and stuff like that. I don't think that it included the remote neural monitoring and stuff like that, that certain company. But then you've got like Black Cube, right? Black Cube has private Black Cube, which is basically ex-Mossad. it's basically, you know, Israel military operating in soil, and without any kind of like oversight at all. But they have private clients where, you know, they want to shut who has too much evidence on something or something like that. They do include the microwave weapons, remote neural manipulation, you know, external microwaves and stuff like that, as well as the stalking. So it's like in all these different tiers of society, it's proliferating. Anything that is embedded and is the worst problem in society, if it's left unchecked, then everybody just starts doing it, because humans are very conditionable. We can condition ourselves good and to understand the logic in that and go along with that, then things are good, right? You see the start of America after a lot of the bad stuff happened, but we have the Constitution. Cool to be good, and it's cool to have freedom, and it's cool to let other people have freedom. You saw people were good. It was awesome. There was still bad. Man, there's a lot of freedom going on in America. And now it's just with all these awful satanic things under the surface, they start to spread because they're not being taken care of. And even the people who they don't really consciously know that it's happening, they're going to start participating in those certain underlying evil things. And it's going to spread like Mordor, right? It's like Mordor. Mordor spreads. Left unchecked, if you don't uncheck this great satanic evil that's just like, hey, we'll kill anybody we want. We'll kill and just any family, you know, any family, even if they're good Americans in any other country, if they're a good Australian, we'll kill them, you know. And you see the pandemic and everything like that. I mean, they're definitely trying to, you know, kill off people, make them worse. You see those Purge movies made by Bloom, and that's also like Blumhouse has connections with Netflix and stuff like that. And they're trying to get people thinking along those lines. Like the future is going to be scary. The future is just going to be scary. Like like in 10 years, we could see something. You see the Maze Runner and the Hunger Games. Those people who write those books are part of you know, these families, these the Kabbalist cults, the Talmud, Masonry. All those things, you know, Zionism, Satanism, like pure Satanism too. And those people that write those books, they're trying to get that into people's heads so that when it happens in the future, it won't be so much shock. You know, it'll be like, well, we kind of subconsciously knew this was going to come, right? I haven't actually seen the Maze Runner. Nah, you got a point there, Arachno Nixon. Arachno Nixon says Ex-Mossad, LOL, yeah, sure. Just like urban moving systems, Ex-Mossad. You got it. You got a point. You got a point. People in Black Cube could actually be current members of Mossad. I would just think that they're like, you know, it's kind of like in the United States where you have people that serve in the military and then they go work for a contractor afterwards, and they're still kind of working for the military, but it's more corporate. And so they're in name, right? In name, they're ex-military or Lockheed Martin. No, they would be an executive. They wouldn't have a military title. So that's kind of what I'm thinking for like Black Cube. It's like, but then they're still, working military operations, but for like, contractors. So in name, they're not Messiah. Really, you're right. Like in name, they're not Messiah, but really they still are Messiah. They just call them, so they're just like, oh, I'm ex-Messiah and I'm working for Black, doing the same things that Messiah does. So I think you're right. Yeah. I got to look that up. I didn't hear about that, guys. Okay, Rose. Yeah, guys, let me know if you do want to be a moderator. So Rose says, yeah, the eBay scandal, the guy was an ex-cop who got a job working for eBay and then harassed this person because they complained about eBay. He's an ex-cop who got a job working for eBay and then harassed. I'm going to look that up. New Type says, everyone is targeted now. Yeah. Most don't know, but we in this room, the illusion of this world. With this curse, though, they have also given us the most powerful weapon, truth. Yeah, we live in the future. Like, that's what I'm trying to tell you guys. Like, what we got to do, okay, this is a comic book metaphor. It's a comic book metaphor. I just got it because my brain is kind of like in this. It's not really a complicated thought, but okay, in the Flash, the Flash has this enemy called Reverse Flash, and Reverse Flash is the future. Reverse Flash comes back from the past. He wants to kill the Flash. What ends up happening is Reverse Flash like has this ring that he keeps his costume in. He pushes the costume out of the ring, right? Because he's from the future, and the Flash doesn't know about that yet. But the Flash is his enemy. He sees him pulling out that costume from his ring, and the Flash starts doing that. You see what I'm saying? So my metaphor is really crappy, but the thing is, we are learning. We can learn, right? If we weren't so tortured, like if we can get that to a maintainable spot, start fighting this war, we can learn a lot about frequencies, energy, how to make our mind more healthy, if we can get through this. I know that sounds a little bit too probably hopeful for some of you guys because you're just like, I can't do anything. The torture's so freaking hardcore. But that's why we need to turn some of these technologies around. We need to look into some of these entrainment devices that we control. We have the entrainment device in our hands. We control the frequencies, and then we can frequencies, right? So we need to learn about these technologies and what they do to the brain. Then we can actually do some good things with these technologies to help people who are being abused by them. Which we have. I mean, we've done that. I've done that over the years. Other targeted individuals, you guys. But do it more. Learn more. I think you're so right, Type. The truth is the most important thing. It's like I say, man. I mean, we may side or whatever because we're being tortured, but it's the right side. Like, and I don't know what to tell somebody who, like, doesn't see that. I mean, nobody, I don't think anybody in here would you rather be murdering people and be healthy and stuff like that, but be in this spot than my attacker spot any day. And I guess there's another spot, the ignorant people who aren't going through any of it or doing anything else. Hey, Tanya, what time is it in Australia right now? Yeah, sheep dipping. Yeah, sheep dipping. Yeah, yeah. Oh yeah, yeah. Okay. Arachno Nixon says, yeah, resigning. Yeah, resigning official government job to go into the private sector, called sheep dipping. But they never resign. They always still kind of work for the government. Yeah. those contractors are so connected to the Pentagon that, yeah, I mean, if you're an executive at like Lockheed Martin, you're working for the Pentagon. You know? If you're an executive at YouTube, you're working for the Pentagon. If you're an executive, if you made Facebook, you are directly answering to the Pentagon, I bet. Hey, thanks, Truth, man. I've been going through this for so long, and I just try and, like, you know, I can't think as well, but God kind of gave me a gift of seeing a big picture with this. Like some of the things I can, but I'm bad at details, right? Like some of you guys are really good with details and stuff like that. I can see kind of what they're a big picture sometimes, you know. I kind of wish I was a more detailed person like my brother or my grandpa, because you kind of go insane seeing everything and how bad, if you just focus on your life and stuff like that, things are a lot easier. But I don't know which one would be. There's pros and cons to both, and I appreciate it. True. So three things. Okay, in a national first, defendants in Delaware have been convicted under the federal cyberstalking resulting in death statute. Cyber intimidation. Well, at least it did that. Did I already read this? I think I already read this, didn't I? 3 family members, former T. Matuszewicz, his mother, Lenore Matuszewicz, and his sister, Amy Gonzalez, were sentenced to life in prison last week for, this was in 2016, remember, murder of David's ex-wife and her friend at a Delaware courthouse. The 3 family members, which include conspiracy, interstate stalking resulting in death, and cyber stalking resulting in death, followed a 5-week jury trial this past summer. On February 11, 2013, David Matuszewicz's father, Thomas Matuszewicz, man, I cannot say that name, fatally shot his former daughter, Kristen Belford, and her friend Laura Beth Mulford in the Newcastle County Courthouse lobby as they arrived for a child support hearing. Thomas Matuszewicz shot and killed himself after exchanging fire with police. And so that was all caused by cyber stalking? Following the shooting, federal prosecutors accused David and Lenore Matuszewicz and Gonzalez of lodging a ruthless campaign to stalk and harass Belford and her 3 daughters in the years preceding Belford's murder. According to the U.S. Attorney's Office, the Matuszewicz family used mail, email, websites, and internet postings on sites such as YouTube to broadly disseminate false allegations that Christine Belford had, among other things, abused her children, so that smear campaigns, suffered from mental illness, and attempted to harm Lenore Matuszewicz. Also said to have conducted physical and online surveillance of Belford and her children. Wow. So let's look up the eBay one. So I'll put this in the description too. This was from 2016. Yeah, a lot of these people, it's like, you know, they may even have some of these gang stalking. Some of these contractors or like DHS fusion centers, and then they, like, with their own families and stuff, they use those tactics. It's not necessarily like a sanctioned part, like a program, part of the targeting program, you know. Yeah. Arachno Nixon says, in the ordinary, patrolman might not be aware, but they're just dogs following orders without. Oh, you said, okay. Arachno says, serendipity, in my opinion, every sheriff in America is part of it, or at least aware if they're not going along with it. I agree. I think everybody, like, that's the head of a law enforcement or anything like that, they're aware that it's happening. but I think they make justifications. I think they make justifications like a lot of these military people, maybe not the ones that are microwaving, do know about it. They're like, these are bad people, right? The system knows who's bad, and they know there's so many people that are mass killing and everything has to be done, right? They have to be surveilled, but they might not know about, like, they might know, like, oh, they're being incapacitated with microwaves to isolate them, and so they can't commit crime, bad stuff. And then and hopefully we can get them in prison because they're really bad people, right? They make these justifications in their head. The other. That's so when I'm talking about zombie movies, it's like, they're conditioning people to see anybody in a different circumstance as to be scared of the other, to say that's not a human being like me. They deserve to be tortured their whole lives. I'm not like them, right? I'm like them, and it's insane because they're a human being just like you. If you can't have empathy for a human being being tortured for their whole life, and you don't care about that, and you're not looking into, did they really do something to deserve? Nobody can do anything to deserve this, right? So the other. I mean, that's what's being pushed so hard with a lot of movies. Arachnid says, like, where I'm at now, the cops are really good to me, but even one county over, they harass me every time I even just drive through. Cops are usually, I'm very polite to cops, so I never give them a reason to be super polite. I'm usually really scared when they pull me over because it's like, oh, am I going to get a ticket and have to spend money on that? When I got pulled over by a sheriff like really late at night, I think 2 months ago in my registry. He let me go. Like he checked me out. He didn't seem to think me normal, and he let me go for the registration. He checked me out and everything. It is kind of weird because I get a ticket for my registration being like a year old, but I think it's that thing. We're on a certain type of list where most cops, they're told to just not buy. The FBI is taking care of us. We're on a watch list that the FBI is taking care of it. Erica says, I find it very interesting that law enforcement are also forced to take reports from TIs or answer TIs calls. It's like unwittingly. Yeah. Well, some at the bottom don't know. They may know that directed energy weapons exist. Like some of these cops, desk cops and these street cops, they know that the handheld weapons exist, and they know they're used for crowd control. And then maybe they've heard some murmurings, but they don't know anything for sure, right? And then they're taking these reports. You would think they would have to know, right? You would think that they would have to know if somebody comes in there like me or you guys, and we're not like, I mean, it's sometimes I've looked crazy because I'm being hit with microwaves and stuff like that. So I could see why a cop would think I was mentally ill. But like if I was talking like this, you would think, and I know a lot of targeted individuals can stay calm and logical, you'd think a cop would just be like, yeah, this does exist, It's you got Neuralink, you got all metrics, you've got new things in the airport. I had to go to the airport and put my hands over my head, and they can see everything. I mean, they can just X-ray me fully. How do they get your temperature from a thermal scan? If it's a millimeter wave doing a thermal scan on you, is it just doing your skin, or is it actually getting a signal from the brain to tell them the temperature? Serendipity Blooming says, Kyle, you're so right on. I wrote a paper on that. Martin Buber's philosophy, it versus I, thou. The other, non-human, justifies horrific treatment. Yeah, it's the worst thing ever. Like as human beings, the world, if we have empathy towards other, I don't want that to be done to me, so I'm not going to do it to somebody. Because if I like stab somebody, I'd be like, oh, I know how it feels. Like hurt, right? Couldn't do it. Like these people microwave me, they have no empathy. They don't care about me. They don't care. They're like, how would that feel if that was happening to me? They don't care. And there are a lot of people in the world like that. apparently more and more, apparently you're seeing all these things on YouTube about narcissists and stuff like that. Apparently there's so much trauma going on in the human community. People's poles are getting flipped. Like people's poles are getting flipped, and there's whole new what do they call it? Whole new, of people that it's like it's really bad. Like people act really bad, and they don't care about others and stuff like that. They kind of lose their empathy from so much trauma. There's a lot of stuff going on like that now. You notice it on YouTube. You see all these channels about like, and they're huge, like hundreds of thousands of views about like deal, with narcissists. Yeah, I, it, and I, thou. We should treat everybody like I, thou. And you know it. Like, are zombie movies really that popular? I mean, they're okay. Like this movie I watched the other night was very well made. Hashtag I will survive, or I have to survive, or something like that. Very good. I would check it. It's like I think it was made in South Korea. So it has subtitles, but it was really, really good. But you got to ask yourself, are zombies really that popular? You got video games, like every video game coming out is like zombie killing video games. You got all these app video games like on the phone where you're living in a zombie apocalypse and you got to build stuff, Let me ask Siri. Hello, Siri. Is there going to be a zombie?
I found this on the web.
Question I can ask Siri.
I found this on the web.
Siri's like ignoring me. Hold on. I want to ask you another question. Hello, Siri.
I'm here.
Siri.
I'm listening.
Hold on.
Sorry, I couldn't quite hear you. Could you please repeat what you said?
Wait. I keep talking. Hold on. I got to think of my question. About microwave weapons. Let's ask her about remote microwave weapons. Siri, weapons exist?
I found this on the web.
She's not going to talk to me. Siri, are you a Terminator?
I don't have an answer for that. Is there something else I can help with?
She wouldn't answer.
I'm not sure I understand.
You do. You're lying, Siri. You're liar, Siri. You're lying.
I'm not programmed to lie.
She's a Terminator. She's a Terminator. Okay. She's just gonna put me a lot of articles if I ask what a targeted individual is. Okay, let's do that though. Siri, what is a targeted individual?
Here's what I found.
Okay, so she sent me something from Knowledge. I don't think I can see that. Electronic harassment. And then the next thing it says, conspiracy theory regarding mind manipulation by electronic harassment. Oh, they sent me to Wikipedia. Okay. Conspiracy theory. All those people who are saying 5G was so dangerous and causes cancer and they're using it to burn people alive, they were like, hey, 5G is dangerous and they're using it really bad for us and people get big tumors from it. And then and they're conspiracy theorists still, but the Pentagon has announced that they're doing dual use testing with it. So Skynet confirmed, arachnonyx said it. What's a good question? Somebody give me a good question. Okay. Arachnonyx, that's a good one. How many people will the coming war between man and machine kill?
Here's what I found.
So there's a bunch of articles. Killer robots in the new era of machine driven. Men against fire, how many soldiers actually fired their machine war. Somebody got another one. Series of Terminator. You're right, Craig. Craig says, the perps who have went through my home, they even put some type of white sticky substance under my clothes, like some type of caulking. Huh. Yeah, that's something they would do. Mine now, like the people that come in, they'll just empty out my I think they do put toxins and stuff. I don't have as much. Mine's been going on so long. It's mostly my attackers, the V2K and stuff like that. Even the gang stalking, like the vehicular stalking, because I stopped. It's been going on so long. I just don't even look at one like cars anymore. I don't even want to like go out and make a video about it. It's slowed down a lot. They don't do a lot of one like cars around me. I get a lot of some law enforcement, but because I can't. I'm so tired. It's been so long. I just don't pay attention to it. Like we all say, right? If you want something they're doing to stop, stop paying attention to it. Now, I don't think that doesn't go along with the microwaving of our brains, right? Or the V2K, they're going to keep doing that. But for some of the gang stalking, if you just show or stops bothering you, they'll stop doing it. Siri, what is gang stalking?
I found.
Siri, are you the Terminator?
I don't have an answer. Is there something else I can help with? I'm having trouble here.
Siri, do you watch me when I sleep?
I don't have an answer for that. Is there something else I can help with?
She doesn't have an answer because she's watching me in my sleep.
Sorry, I can't hear you. Could you please repeat what you said?
Siri, what do you consider yourself?
I don't have an answer for that. Is there something else I can help with?
Siri, who won the 2020 presidential election?
Joe Biden, 46th President of the United States.
But did he win? Did Joe Biden win the 2020 election without fraud?
Here's what I found.
That's fishy. Siri, do you like Joe Biden?
I appreciate your interest in politics, but it's not a part of my programming. This is a good conversation to have with a fellow human.
That's weird. Let's ask her about Trump. Siri, do you like Donald J. Trump?
I don't have an answer for that. Is there something else I can help with?
Wait, hold on.
I'm sorry.
That is such a double standard. Ask her about Joe Biden, and she gives you this frilly little answer about love and politics, and then you ask her about Donald Trump, and she's like, I don't know. Wrong, Siri, wrong. Let's ask her about Trump's legal team. Siri, will Trump win back the 2020 election? It's taking a long.
Joe Biden will be the 46th President of the United States.
Siri, I'm not satisfied with your answer.
I don't know what that means. If you like, I can search the web for. Siri, I'm not satisfied with your answer.
I think she's just being difficult now. Siri, how many suns does Tatooine have?
Here's what I found from universetoday.com. Tatooine was an arid desert planet. It had 2 suns and 3 moons.
It has 2 suns and 3 moons. That's pretty cool. Does anybody else have another question? Yeah, Erica.
I'm not sure I understand.
Erica Nario says, I think she likes something. Yeah, they give you this frilly little, I love to see your interest in politics. And then for like people who are like asking about, do you like Donald Trump? I'm sorry, like I don't have the response in there. It's just a general response. So that's funny, Kyle. Captain Ramius says, this gives me hope that we will beat the machines in the machine war. We certainly will. We can outsmart Siri. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, that's a great one. Thank you, Tanya. Siri, will you bark like a dog for me?
Sounds rough.
That's great. Sounds rough. Oh, you're funny, Siri. You are so funny, Siri.
I'll take that as a compliment.
And you should. Okay, what else? Yeah, she is. Rose says Siri's a liberal Democrat. That's true. Yeah, Ratner says we have creativity. They don't. Machines do not have creativity. But that the problem is that that's what they're doing, right? With that's oh man, that's what they're doing. You know, with the remote neural manipulation and the mapping of our brain, they're trying to make the AI think more like a human brain. Is that even possible? You know, is that even possible? How far along are they? You know, Brian 2 says artificial life. I mean, Brian 2 says machines are, it's like artificial life. It's just missing the soul. That's it. But it can and everything. I kind of disagree. I don't think that the AI, I think AI is like still like it can create the illusion that it's alive, right? Like a program, but it's definitely still a program. I don't know. We got to talk about AI. We need to do a big live stream on AI. Yeah, right. Just an increasingly complex series of algorithms. We have the edge in that sense. Yeah, we have a lot more organic. It's like we can adapt and evolve. Like adapt and evolve, where it's like in AI, it's like, oh, my programming, like my attackers try and do stuff with the AI, like make it repeat what I'm saying in my inner voice, but then I start humming in my head and it will just be thrown off track, and it can't really evolve to that. It's just programming. But it's like, can they ever get it past that? I mean, think about Neuralink. Is it Neuralace? Is it Neuralace? I forgot that. It's Neuralace, right? It's Elon Musk thing is Neuralace. I it's going to be something that can help people like with diseases, but they're going to do some specific things with those threads to even connect more of those things with. They're doing those things with us, but they want it more like they want it more intense. They're mapping the brain, but they have to get the signals from afar. Some people close by, but with like things like Neuralace, they're going to be able to, with those threads, like really see how every part of the brain is is functioning, and then they apply that to AI. It just brings it back. Since it's wireless, those signals of what it's picking up go right back to the AI, go right to the automated system. It's very scary. It's very scary what they're creating. But we got to understand this in, even evil stuff, God controls the evil stuff. And if we just stick with him, like, it can make us stronger. It can make us better. It doesn't, we all die someday, right? We all die, but, we can still have victory in our lives even with this stuff. I kind of got off track on that thought right there. Yeah, adaptation. Creativity, adaptation, like it's the thing that's gotten me through this. And it's like, if you're using you're evolving, you're adapting, you're getting stronger, and you're doing it with God, right? You're doing it with our Creator. You're trusting in Him, and it's like, it's your way to get there. It's your way to get in the name of Jesus Christ, to get connected with God, and then it's just like you can do amazing things. And it really does seem like this, guys. And I want to say this crazy thought, because I say it a lot. Say this crazy thought a lot. This really is a simulation. Creation really is a simulation. And it's act in a certain way towards the simulation, and you think a certain way, and you fight a certain way, like kind of show you little signposts and things like that. It'll give you a wink back, like this really is a simulation. It's creation, a simulation times infinity, right? Times, like, you know, it's not like a video game, but such a intricate simulation. And the way that we interact with that, it's like God can almost directly help us in our lives, you know, because of the nature of our reality, which I don't understand. You know, I don't think any of us, but it's like if you just reach for it and you really believe, and believe is important. The science of belief is so important. Y'all know I talk about this. Amazing things can happen. Like, I'm targeted, but I found some victories, right? And I'm hanging out with you guys, you know, and I can play games. No, I mean, it's like it's if you fight, you can find some higher ground. But if you're just like, I want it to end, and I hate because I know a lot of people, and I'm not talking about like one person I've talked to or anything like that. A lot of target individuals, I want stuff. Just they need to stop murdering me. I mean, that's true. You're right. This is injustice. It should be stopped. But like you have to believe. You have to build up yourself. You have to fight against this. Get to higher ground. Then things start going better, right? I don't know. Some of it, you know, that the one thing, and we're going to go over this on the defense extravaganza. And this is what I did. You know, passive shielding is good, but if you're not getting to like the root of this neural amplification, and we can't 100% get it off of us, but there's things, and I'm thinking, hey, politically persecuted, Bristol, UK, I need to talk to Dave Case. I need to talk to Dave Case again and see if maybe he's working on something that sounds good, because like that's the best thing I found. Just unhooked on, like, he such a great man. Like, I don't say that lightly. I don't say he's such a great man like lightly. It's just like when I met somebody in my life like Dave Case, and he gave me this CD that saved my ass out of such a fire, and I'm still targeted and it still sucks, but if I listen to a CD all night when I sleep, it's like 60% less. I mean, 60. It's digging out the hard neural amplification, right? I'm using other things with it, but I'm like, man, that guy's a genius. Yeah. Tanya says, Kyle, we are all losing to this slow torture program. I know. But you know, Tanya, it's like we got to start looking into cheap things for defense, better things for defense. I do think we're going to get help soon. I do think it's just going to be like, nobody wants to help us, right? Like, nobody would help us. They want to say this isn't happening. But at a certain point, they're already pointing fingers at Russia. You know, they're pointing fingers at China for stuff. Our country and other countries they're already like, they have remote microwave weapons and things like that. It's coming. And you do still. I know that the UN for a lot of people was like it seemed like a failure. To me, it seemed like not what I wanted, but it was something to talk about, and it was something important for us. But Niels Melzer has those testimonies. He's talking to Julian Assange being remotely attacked by microwaves and remote neural monitoring, remote neural manipulation. This is the special rapporteur on torture in the UN with that information. And the way that he came out in the UN, he seemed a little bit different there, and I think that we still have hope with him. I think he's still working on it behind the scenes. I don't think he could do what we wanted him to do. I don't think he could do what we wanted him to do. I think that he would have lost his job. I think that he would have had a lot of scared people probably that wanted to murder his family, that would murder his family, because there's a lot of dangerous people around the globe who are involved in these programs, right? But I don't think, I think that's something that's like, I think maybe a lot of people are like, oh, we lost on the UN thing. It's done. We didn't get one, but I have an instinct on that, like that's coming back around. That's going to come back around. He has to do it a certain way. I look into his talk and I'm like, yeah, I mean, he's either going to quit, like he's either going to quit because he can't deal with this, or he's going to find a way to do it, you know. But I don't think he's like an evil guy who's like, oh, I got all your testimonies now, and I'm not going to do crap about this because I knew about it before. You know, I think that he's like either going to like, oh, they're going to kill my family if I go after this thing, and he's going to just, somebody else is going to be in that position, or he's going to go after it, maybe get hurt. Truth Theorem says, Kyle, do you think doing shrooms, the toad, or LSD can be mapped by RNN? Yeah, I think what they would see how your brain lights up. You know, like I guess if you're doing like, I did shrooms in college. I liked it for a while, but then I'm not too good on stuff like that. But I did it in college. I think your brain lights up in a certain way, so they would see your brain lighting up in certain parts, and they would probably you're viewing things from your eyes, like the remote neural monitoring. I'm pretty sure is like how you perceive things. So like if you've been on LSD and you saw these hallucinations, your attackers would see that on their monitor for remote neural monitoring. They wouldn't just see everything normal. They'd see how your visual cortex is mapped to your eyes, right? So they would pick up all that. I kind of want to do it. I kind of want to do DMT. To be honest with you guys, what do you guys think about DMT? I would never do. I would maybe do a couple of mushrooms if it was like friends. I think I'd want to do that alone. Even marijuana, I don't really like doing with a lot of people. I really like those people. I don't really like doing it with them. Arachnum Nixon says, I'm really skeptical of hallucinogens. Yeah, I really want to do DMT because I want that. It seems like people who do DMT, they get this clarity and they get this calm. It seems like it's like Joe Rogan really changed in the okay, so let's see what Miss Guy said. But it seems like Joe Rogan really got calmer about things. But I've heard about yeah. Let's okay, so let me read these right here. I've heard there are some that are really heavy, but I've heard there are some that are very good, you know, DMT teachers. We naturally create DMT in our brain. Like our pineal gland creates that, right? And I think that our creator made that organic part to experience spiritual frequencies, to experience things we can't see, that we're not evolved enough to see yet, things in the spiritual world, which are scientific, but we still call them spiritual, right? Let me read y'all's comments on that because I'm interested. Miss Gaia says ayahuasca is a dangerous thing, but I had a very pleasant trip, even though the energy around was heavy. Okay, that's good. Miss Gaia, what did you see? Because I hear some people see like the little goatmen or the elves, the Keebler elf things, but then some people see like just friendly little people or whatever that are nice. Like, and I think that part of the spiritual world is very, very good, like angels, higher frequency. But I think there's, you know, the lower frequency part, demons and Baphomets or whatever. People have seen Baphomet. And I want to show y'all something before we log off. I guess we can hang. We've been going for about 3 hours. It's 3 o'clock. Out for a while longer. We'll just chat. We'll just kind of chat because I think I'm trying to start thinking. Like I don't want to, go 3 hours and then go over some articles because then not a lot of people are gonna, come back. Like I guess you got them, but I want to do anything important up front and then we can like chat. I think. I don't know. I'll probably change it around a little bit. Captain, have to get real MDMA. Like take all the precautions to test it and make sure it's real. MDMA is it's not DMT, right? MDMA is, what's that? What's it called? What's the drug called? I took it in college. I took every drug in college. I think I took ecstasy. I took ecstasy twice in college. I did cocaine one time, and I did not like it. No, maybe I did cocaine twice too, with my roommate. Like my roommate did it a bunch, and I did it with him like twice. I drank a lot. I smoked a lot. I smoked some herb. I think I did LSD one time. Hated it. Felt like I was dying, and I felt like everybody in the room like was like turning around. Like it was just bad. It was just really. Oh no. Let me tell you guys. Okay, I did LSD once in college. Maybe I did LSD like these drugs like maybe like two or three times or something like that. College I did LSD and we were watching Lock, Stock, and Two Smoking Barrels. Like that's the worst idea ever. We watched Lock, Stock, and Barrels, and it's like this English film, right? And let me just remind you guys, I'm like 39 years old, so college was like 20 years. But it was called Lock, Stock, and Two Smoking Barrels, and it was like really English, and it's like even if you weren't on LSD, you couldn't understand the movie we're saying. And I sat there on that stuff, watching this movie and just going crazy because I was like, I've lost the ability to understand speech. It was really bad. The mushrooms are better. The mushrooms, like me and my friends, I had some friends that I really liked around with me, and like all the walls started looking like the Matrix. Like there was this green stuff coming down them and everything, and we just laughed the entire time. Also really liked ecstasy. I only did it twice, but it's like it's like you love everybody and everything's good like that. And it's like with this targeting, when I get really depressed, it's like the opposite of ecstasy. It's like you're so depressed and you just hate people, but you just don't want to be around people. When you're on ecstasy, you want to be around people and you're like, yeah, I want to talk to people. I want to have conversations, right? And when you're targeted, it's like you're depressed and you're just like, I don't want to have conversation. I don't have anything to say. I kind of I'm not a fake person, but I turn myself when I come onto the videos. I'm a little bit more quiet in my real life. I feel a little bit of a kinship with maybe Johnny Carson, not in the comedian presenter way, where it's really a part of my personality, but I prefer a more quiet life. I don't know. I guess sometimes I'm both. Arachno Nixon says, a senior year of high school, suddenly a ton of LSD showed up. I'm convinced it was a CIA experiment on the town, and I saw people permanently fry their minds on it even after just a few trips. Wow. Yeah, and some people like I think I heard about somebody in high school who like did a whole sheet or did a whole thing of it or something, and they constantly. No, this is the story I heard. I didn't know any. I heard a story that like somebody did LSD, like they did a whole, like cops were coming and they had a whole sheet of it and they had to eat the whole thing, and orange juice in their hand, right? Check this out. They had orange juice in their hand, and they didn't get arrested. They got away with it, but then after that, they always thought a glass of orange juice in their hand, even if they didn't have a glass of orange juice in their hand, they always thought they had a glass of orange juice. Could you imagine that? You don't have a glass of anything, and you always think you're going to drop it or something. Man. Politically persecuted Bristol says, yeah, yep, Saren, they also use drug use to discredit targets. Yeah, the MK Ultra torture to vulnerable people who people would not believe. This included drug users and still, yeah, a lot of us, a lot of targets. You know, I think that I was smoking weed for my Crohn's disease when the went overt. So you got to go, New Type. Thank you for coming, man. I'm going to re-moderate you. I don't know if you don't want to be a moderator, if you took yourself off a moderator, but I really want you as moderator, New Type. I just can't do it on this screen. I have to go into the YouTube thing. Craig says, "Wow, that's wild call about the LSD and orange juice." I heard that story. It may not be true though. It was a tall tale. I think it could have been true. I think it could have been true. Okay, cool, man. Yeah, I really want you to be moderator, if you don't mind. If you don't mind, just because you have a level head and stuff like that, and you pretty much, I mean, you good comments, stuff like that. I think you could easily see somebody if they're trying to make trouble. We've been pretty lucky about that. We've been very lucky about like nobody coming in. I shouldn't have said anything. I shouldn't have said anything. I should have just knock on wood. Hey, Michael, you stay strong in our Lord Jesus. Yeah, you too, Michael. I am. I'm staying strong. I'm staying strong. Like in the name of Jesus Christ. I'm clinging on to Jesus, right? And I still say the mantras at night. I do get just my nature, and I do get a little bit where it's like I'm focused more on solutions, physical solutions, because the thing with me is balance, right? We need a good balance. We need a good balance in ourselves as well as in groups. But I'm just like, man, God put so much in me. He put so much fight in me that I gotta fight. And I think I think that, and sometimes when I do that, I to my own world, and I need to. I don't know. I balance it pretty good. I trust in Jesus. He's going to give me strength to do things. He's going to give me miracles and things, but I balance it better. I got to balance it better because I start thinking I've got to handle all this. I've got to do this, and it's the way a lot of people think in the world. Did I get cut off again? Am I just frozen? Let me read this. I hope you guys can still hear me. It looks like the screen is frozen up. Maybe you guys can still see me. Lance says MK Ultra and COINTEL are at the core of this harassment. The tactics, etc., minus EMF. Yeah. Oh yeah. Definitely. Very good comment. Yes, exactly. Tanya says, when I rented at my last house off the police, they put me in a breakdown with all the weapons. Oh. Yeah. Okay, you can't. We may be frozen for good. Okay. Give me a sec. Y'all can hear me? Shulgins. So Serendipity Blooming says Shulgins, the chemist to resynthesize MDMA and lots of other psychedelics, a hero in Burning Man, San Francisco Bay Area psychedelic culture. Yeah, like some of those things. Okay, the video's back. Okay, we're good. I thought y'all could still hear me, but everything was just frozen on my screen. Yeah, with ecstasy, it was like a good one-time thing. It was a good one-time thing, but I did it 2 times or whatever, but I researched it, and there were kids that are teenagers and some people in college who would take it like every weekend, and they do the light sticks and the blue and so they got holes in their brains so that it was it was never going to heal. So ecstasy is very, very dangerous. I wouldn't suggest it, but it was cool doing it. I remember one night putting my feet in a jacuzzi, and it was just in college, and all my friends were hanging out, and I just felt the most mind love, right? It was like an artificial, oh yeah, I love everybody. Oh, it's the best feeling of my life, right? This is the best time of my life. It's funny how perception can do those things. Miss Gaia says, I have so many doubts about what we go through, why, when, and how. Any suggestion for good information, anyone? My channel is pretty good. You know, let's see, what are some, let's get Miss Gaia, tell her about some other good channels that are titles. Romola D does a lot of good work, so check out Romola D. Brian too knows a lot about the remote neural manipulation and the mind control aspects of it, but I think he's like in a line, and he's doing some live streams just to like to keep monitoring him. So like if they kill him, he can be monitored on YouTube. He can have people that can see that. Yeah, Miss Guy, I'm trying to think of some people. Okay, James Giordano, Dr. James Giordano. Dr. James Giordano. He's protecting the USA, talking about these technologies, but he does reference a lot of like why military industrial complexes do these things to people, like what they learn, what are they learning. So he hits on some of it. Who hits on some of it? Robert Duncan hits on some of it. John Hall's information is good. Dr. John Hall's information is good. It's really good. I think, but he even admitted that he had to change up some crucial aspects of who was doing it to even be able to release the book. He said that one time. So who else, guys? Who else is really good with information? Dr. Barry Trower is very good, but the problem with how they're hitting us and targeting us is it's all like classified, top secret, right? So you got Duncan who's speaking out. He's probably, I'd say he's the best. I'd say Robert Duncan, if you get the what's called Project Soul Catcher and stuff like that, you can probably learn the most about why they're doing it and you know what they're doing it for, what they're trying to get you to do, what they're trying to do to your belief systems, the mapping of the brain and everything like that. I would say the most comprehensive, but the problem with Robert Duncan is he can't say everything. Like he would go to jail if he says some things about it, but he's pretty comprehensive. I think Robert Duncan is pretty comprehensive. Okay, yeah, so Dr. Nick Begich is also good. He talks about V2K and stuff. Thank you, James. Tanya says Frank Boston YouTube target individual, most definitely. You start going to some of the conference calls like Frank Allen, the target at Massachusetts website. You can get the conference call numbers, and they do conference calls all week, so people will talk about stuff. Yeah, Tanya says Ella Free. But like those are great people. And Ella Free, like, yeah, I just wouldn't go to her for technical information. That's what I was just thinking of, technical information. But Ella Free, like organizing stuff and getting the best people who know the most about that, she's the best at that. And she knows a lot about the targeting too. But I was just what I was thinking of was just the best technical people who can be like, look, this is what they're doing, this is how they're doing it, this is what they're trying to do to your brain, this is kind of how the technology works. I've kind of pieced my stuff together. Yeah, Richard Lighthouse, Serendipity Blooming says Richard Lighthouse seems legit. I think he has good information. Captain Ramia says look out for Charlie, kind of saved my life. So I have to recommend him a lot. Yeah, he really too. I think Dave Case probably helped me the most out of everybody. But look out for Charlie definitely helped me. Like that really did easier. I've pieced together what I know about this stuff from contractors, what they say, looking at Robert Duncan, John Hall, Barry Trower, Brian too, my own experiences with it, because like I'm pretty body conscious. Like I understand what's going on with my body because I had Crohn's at a young age, so I had to be aware of what was happening with my body. So I put those things together from that, and then James Giordano was a huge leap because he's speaking. He is part of the system, and he's putting this stuff out, right? He's trickling this stuff out while trying to protect the United States of America and cover up torture programs. But he is talking about the technology, psyops, and everything like that. That was a bit, talking to Dr. Hoffer and then listening to James G. Dorner was a huge leap in my understanding of the vestibular and how they're they're putting an electromagnetic field around the head, and then they're doing streams of energy through this electromagnetic field to affect the brain. But then they're also sometimes just making fields around the ears. That's why some people's ears burn or itch. My ears burn or itch a lot because they're making fields around the head, and then your skin's conducting it into the inner ear, and then it's going to your brain, and it's creating this biorelevant feedback loop, right? Many different protocols to actually get into the brain directly with like infrasound, ultrasound, scalar, photonic energy. But it gets pretty complicated, like all the protocols and everything they're doing. It gets too complicated to just wrap it up in like, okay, well, they're just using this and they're just doing that. There's so many different protocols and torture programs that they're doing, you know? Okay, so let me read all these names because y'all are putting a lot of good names out here. You know, I know some target individuals are going to be like, that person's an agent or whatever. I'm kind of past that. I know I'm not an agent. You guys aren't agents. Maybe all of you in here are not agents. Brian too would disagree with me, but I'm kind of just going to, people who are working on this, I just say their name. Because it's more about all of us just moving forward, right? It's more about all of us moving forward. There's going to be some people who are not honest working for us. They're working for agencies and whatever, but we're going to kind of just have to push forward, and all the real people really push, you know. I think there are a lot of real organizations too, actually. Yeah, Captain Ramius. I was just saying technical people, but you guys can talk. You can say who. So Miss Guy says, I'm going to write all of them down and research it more. Thank you so much, all of you. No, that's fine. So you said I go on all of them. Kevin Christian. Kevin Christian's a good guy. He's a guy who has a good attitude. He's a fighter. He's a true fighter. His technical information on this, I don't want to say anything about him because he's targeted, and he's an awesome guy. Kevin Christian's an awesome guy. I just think, I think, okay, let me say this diplomatically because Kevin Christian's an awesome guy. I think me and Kevin Christian just, we've done research in different ways, and we see things in different ways, and he could be right about his name. I don't know every situation, but he's an awesome guy, and I hope that he looks at some of my defense information and starts using that, because I think he's getting hit really hard. Also, Brian too. We need those guys. They're really strong. I don't know why. I don't want to what's the word? I don't want to what's it called? I don't want to criticize somebody who's doing hard work and going through this. But I really wish Brian too would try Dave Case's CD, and some of the things I've said, he'd be feeling a lot better. We need him so bad to have a better mental state, because his attackers are just like, oh. And we need Kevin Christian too. About Brian, I know Brian's ruffled some feathers and things like that. He's called people some agents that I don't agree with him with, but man, I love that guy, man. He is an interesting personality. He really does care, though, man, I've been trying to get him to use Dave Case's CD for like years and years, because we need, like, that kind of cuts it off so you can think a little bit better, where they're not completely in control of the functions of your brain, right? It's not like they can just bring you up to feeling like you have energy and then drop you back down. You're kind of in control of it a little bit, and they're still manipulating, they're still putting you in pain, but you feel like, oh, I got some willpower, I got some control, right? In your brain, in your nervous system, and everything like that. You get a little bit of that. You get a little bit of that from these. Way. Oh yeah, I got some energy. I got some control. And God can help you with that too, and lead you to Yeah, Erica says Bill Binney is great with the info, an American hero in my opinion, very down to earth. He has a document leading the NSA, really interesting. Yeah, definitely. Okay, so politically persecuted Bristol UK column is good for understanding the current situation regarding CV and government psychological operations against the people. Okay, the not include targeting in our terms, but they provide valuable government information. Yeah, it seems like it's like I try and focus on like, okay, remote neural manipulation, external hits with microwaves, gang stalking, but there's so many, oh man, there's so many tyrannical things going on, right? So it's all kind of connected, like connect the dots to all the tyrannical stuff, psychological abuse, child trafficking, child sex trafficking. It's about seeing the person as a thing to just take organs and take their data and just, oh, it's for a higher cause. Do you remember when men used to, like in World War II, my grandpa used to tell me stories. He's a naval engineer, right? He's a naval engineer in World War II, going to islands, like after they had like fought, the people off the islands, he'd go in and build the barracks and stuff like that. And he's just talking to me about like the self-sacrifice, how men back then, they would not take a bad order. And sacrifice wasn't about like, hey, we've got to sacrifice all these good people to create our new world order. It was about like, I'm going to sacrifice myself for men, women, and children for their freedom. Where'd that go? Why do I have some people that think they're in the military or they're working for contractors? They're sacrificing me, my innocent family, to create something. When did sacrifice when did it become sacrificing innocent people? And why is doing that? And when did that ever become anything that they would ever have in their hearts or their minds? Because both of my grandpas and everything like that. My other grandpa wasn't in the military. I wish I had my grandpa truck still around now. Because I'd ask him, and he would be interested in this. Like, but he was too like before I even knew what it was, he was on his deathbed, and I had the high pitched sound in my ears. He would be interested. I could talk to him about this. Like I talked to the rest of my family about it. My dad will act like he really cares about me, but he doesn't understand what I'm talking about. Like he's just like, I don't, Grandpa Truxell, man, he would have listened to me. Maybe that's why he died, like right when the overt targeting started. He would have been so interested in this stuff. Because he liked to talk about airplanes, anything mechanical, and things like that. Okay, so did I read that? James Derek Robinson, Neil Chevrier is great. He is great with supplements. He gets targeted very hard. And I haven't been to one of his conference calls in a while. Man, I hope he's doing. I need to stop by. Is he still doing conference calls on Sunday night? I just got to the point where honestly I couldn't go to conference calls anymore. I'm just going to be honest about that. We're just talking about this all the time. Over torture started like 2010 or 2011 November, and then when I started getting on conference calls, it was like 2013 or 2014, and just for so long, just talking about this. But they're really fun. At the beginning, conference calls were like, yeah, conference calls. We're going to talk about all this stuff. It feels like we're getting stuff done. It feels like we're close to it ending. It's not like what I thought. There's no hope of it ending. I see it just unraveling in a very weird way, where the new world and everything, these technologies are coming in for the whole population, and it's going to make people aware about them, and these programs aren't going to be able to exist. But the bad stuff that's to all of humanity is going to be such a huge battle then. But then it's going to be all the good humanity versus all the bad humanity, right? It's not going to be just it not secretly killing a bunch of people and them not being heard. That's what I was going to say earlier, but I think I stopped. I was saying, like, in the upcoming years, you're going to have so much tyranny from the top of the pyramid, the Rothschilds and those wealthy families and stuff like that. And they're going to be trying to turn people into robots and taking babies and just mapping their brains out at the beginning and giving them personalities and crap, that you're going to have resistance groups forming. You're going to have freedom fighters. And you already kind of have it forming with militias and stuff like that. But I think what we're going to find later on is, you know, they're going to try, and probably the resistance will try and get like ground weapons, like a ground laser where they can destroy satellites, right? There will be a lot of like good people trying to steal technology from the system, and then there's going to be some very big battles, and it's going to be very weird. It's going to be about trying to like destroy. When it becomes real, when it becomes like where people just can't deny it anymore, it's going to be like a really big war, and people are going to choose sides to work for the system that has all the money and the technology, and there's going to be like a resistance, I think, that forms, and maybe people who were in the military who just like can't do the hars anymore and understand what's going on the inside, and the technology can help steal, then create some directed energy weapons, you know, to destroy satellites and things like that that are going to microwave towers and radar. Like, I mean, Earth, I'll be dead before that starts, but I think there's going to be some stuff like that. I don't think a lot of human beings just aren't built to go quiet, you know. They fight till the death, you know. And that's the reason that the New World Order is doing so many things where it's like, this is just a natural thing that's happening. No, these people are just mentally ill. Because if they didn't hide it, there are a lot of just people all around the world that are like, that's so evil. I will fight it. You know, I'll spend my life fighting it. The illusion we have right now is that people don't care. It's an illusion. They don't know. People are so confused. They don't know what's happening. They have their heads so far up their butts. They don't know what's going on. But if people knew the score, that's what deceit. That's why I say, if you wipe out the deceit, that's what Tucker Carlson said, then you wipe out violence. Because if you wipe out deceit and everybody's on the same page, you got a bunch of good people. Crap out of anybody who's trying to hurt a child or torture somebody who's innocent. That's why they have to hide everything, because they know they've got people left that will still do the right thing. They're working on that, though. They're working on getting rid of that. So James says, ooh, I just got hit. Hold on one sec, guys. It's kind of been hitting me in the back the whole time. It's so long. It's not that bad. It's not that bad. I'm gonna walk it off. I think I'm looking at myself. I look better. Like my eyes look more. I think the kratom was really. Be careful with the kratom, y'all. Just be careful. It can get you in a bad cycle with your 4 years of every day. So it was a lot. Like I was doing a lot of kratom. I want to be honest with you guys, but just be careful, you know. So James, Derek Robinson, Neil Chevrier, Jack Christiana, and some other people that know about targeting. Yeah, I like Derek Robinson. I like Neil Chevrier. I don't know if I like Christiana because he sued Targeted Justice for like hurting him or something. I don't like that. I don't know the whole story. I like Jack Christiana when he talks. I like it, but I don't know why he was like, I think he had something going on between him and Richard Lighthouse, where Richard Lighthouse was an agent or something like that. And so I think that, I don't know. I guess I don't want to speak on that because I don't know what happened. It's like I like Jack Christiana individually where I've seen him, but I don't like the fact, like, why would he sue Targeted Justice, who's trying to put together a class action suit? Like that's I don't know. And then he created his own thing. I don't know if that's still going on though. I guess probably shouldn't have talked about that. Everybody knows about it though. Okay, yeah, James Nielsen says Seth Farber is a PhD that criticizes psychiatry and supports TIs. Yeah, he supports Todd. Can you guys help me with the name? Todd Todd, He was one of my favorite target individual YouTubers. Like right when I first like knew I was part of a program that was killing me. How can I not remember his name? Let's see if my attackers will give it to me. Come on, y'all, just give it to me. Come on, just show your power. All right, let me Todd something. Erica says Bill Binney was doing a global TI project, but we have yet to see. Yeah, they were doing like surveys from targeted individuals, but then I don't think information. I'm not sure about this. This is a kind of a theory. I think the information they got was just so different, and so many TIs saying like, and it was just not something that they could easily do something with, right? I don't think it was something they could easily do something with, but I think they tried to take it and do something else. Yeah, Captain Ramia says, Vulcan, I take mountains of kratom. LO, yeah, it's not the best Tubies. Be careful, man. Just be careful. Just maybe take a 2-week thing and do like 2 capsules. Like don't let the withdrawals be too bad, but take some time off, see how you feel, and then, you know, because like I was just taking it all the time and I never got off of it, and I was like, oh well, the remote neural manipulation is just getting so. But it was like a combination of what the kratom was doing to me and that. And it's probably some other things, but just be careful. Be careful, because it can make you just like, it can hurt your thing. And I'm not sure if it was my attackers. My attackers could have been interfering with the kratom and how it was interacting with my body. But just be careful, man. You know, from really long-term use, you know. It's good. I think it's good to use sometimes. The way that I need, you know, I need 4 capsules in the morning when I woke up, then 4 in the middle of the day, then maybe 4 at night. Maybe sometimes it would be like 4 times a day. So that's like 16 capsules. I think some people take a lot more kratom than me, but for me, that was a lot. Okay, Miss Guy, yes, that's a great, Miss Guy says there's a good channel that I would like to recommend as well. Servants Research Ministry. It helped me a lot then. It helps me now. Yeah, they're great. Servants Research Ministry. Is that the I'm trying to think. I'm mixing that up with another channel, I think. Is that the one where it's like it has the flag at the beginning? Is that, no, that's Shaking My Head Productions. You're talking about Servants Research Ministry. Was that the guy? He had the hat. He always wore the hat, and he had the dogs. I thought he was pretty cool. But I didn't know he was doing videos anymore. I may be mixing up that with something. Oh shoot, Judge Judy, you slamming down the gavel. You're slamming down the gavel. Jack Christiana will sue you now for libel, Kyle. Yeah, I shouldn't have talked about that situation. I don't know what happened. I don't think that's cool, man. I think he should have just left. Just leave. Just get like targeted justice, and you think it's filled with agents. Just go to another organization or something. I mean, that's like you're trying to take down an organization that's trying. I don't think he can sue anybody else without the permission of a judge anymore. I'm sorry for that. I like Jack Christiana. Like when he was talking about the I think he made a lot of good points. He always seems very level-headed to me. But this targeting, like, I'm not judging him at all, because this targeting made me crazy. Like, I'm not saying he's crazy. It's made me like react like in really some, you know, kind of extreme ways, you know. Servants Research Ministry, okay. So Serendipity Blooming says, Miss Guy, yes, I really, your latest vid teared me up, to be honest. Servants Research, that sounds so familiar, and I know the channel, but I cannot picture it. Servants Research, are they targeted individuals? I'm gonna look their channel up. Kaufman, Tanya says Brian Kaufman, yes, definitely. I think he does have a lot of good information, although I don't think all of his I just don't think his whole story holds up. But I think he's very intelligent. He's a targeted individual. He has a lot of good information that's very true about security industries and stuff like that. Very smart guy. Glitches in the Matrix says, does zeolite help with the RNM? I haven't been taking my zeolite lately. Like, I only have like 20 capsules left, and I don't have enough money to buy anymore. So I haven't been taking it. But I think if you took it, I think if you took like 4 zeolite caplets a day for a month to try that and then see, I bet you it would help with everything. I bet you it would help with everything because it's cleaning out like nanoparticulates, heavy metals, toxins, and everything, you know. Yeah, Tanya. Yeah, it's true, Tanya. Tanya says they want everyone to be on drugs, easy to control. Yeah. Servants. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I know that channel. James, yeah, who is behind Servants Research Ministry? Yeah, yeah. I know that channel. Uh-huh. Yeah. Yeah. It's a little bit like yeah, it's a good spiritual channel for targeting. Yeah, it's a good spiritual channel. Very well done. Like, it's very well edited and things like that. I don't think he's doing videos anymore, or he or her, him or her. Yeah, they were very good. It's a little bit like, yeah, it's a good channel. It's a good spiritual channel to watch. So, okay, Serendipity Blooming says, glitches in the Matrix. Dr. Klinghardt has good info on zeolite. It's very good to use. It onto certain toxins in your system, and it just pulls them out. Like the type of mineral it is just pulls those out. And I think it works on. So Char McShane says, who is the president today? Let's ask Siri. Siri, who is the president today?
According to USA.gov, the former President of the United States is Donald J. Trump. He was sworn in on January 20th, 2017.
He's the current president. Siri, do you like Donald Trump?
I appreciate your interest in politics, but it's not a part of my programming to have with a fellow human.
What did I say on the last one when she did the more general answer? I must have said Donald J. Trump. Okay, Glitches in the Matrix says, how do I stop them from blurring my vision, blanking my mind, and physically controlling my body? There's a lot of defenses to use. We're going to have a big defense thing, but Glitches in the Matrix, check out my playlist on defenses. Dave Case's CD is a good place to start. Just use it all the time. Like, just get Dave Case's CD, go to anti-tinnitusv2k.com. I have been forgetting to say that when I say Dave Case CD, anti-tinnitusv2k.com, and all the testimonials, order the CD, and then just use it all the time when you first get it. And then after, like, you start feeling some relief, it at night for upkeep, right? But there's a lot of other things to do. There's a lot of other things to do. It's kind of a war. It's kind of like building your armor, building your layers in your armor, your headgear, your noise canceling hearing aids, your grounding. Grounding important, guys. The top 3. Let me just go top 3 things that work for me. Top 3 things that work for me. But I use a around them to make them work better, right? So Dave Case's CD, I'd say, is number 1 because it unhooks the neural amplification, what they're doing to my brain and my nervous system to amplify all the pain, right? And tones down what they can do with remote neural manipulation just in general. Then grounding is so important because they're hitting your skin with external microwaves, right? Hitting your skin, your skin's conductive. Your skin's very, very conductive, and they're using the conductivity of your skin to hit you with external hits. And even for a lot of this what is it? To go to your vestibular system, like around here, but also cranial nerve stimulation. That's not the way to say it, but y'all know what I'm talking about. Cranial nerve stimulation, the nerves on your cranium. That's a lot of conduction too. So when you ground, you'll start feeling a lot of relief from the external hits. It's going to help I'd say the noise canceling hearing aids, but I do need all the headgear too. But I'd say the noise canceling hearing aids have helped me more than that. Those are the three things that have worked the best, like on the core of what they're doing. Because you got to get to the underlying issue of their, they've got microwaves going towards your head, and they're messing with your brain and sending pain signals to your body, and then it gets nicked in because they're hitting you with external hits, but they can make you feel anything. It gets really intense after a while where it's like, man, it can be an external hit that they're really hitting you with an external hit, or they feel that, and they get very tricky with some of those things. So it's a good thing to get that neural amplification to try and get it off, so then you can say, okay, what's going on now? Am I getting hit really hard with external hits or what? It can kind of like, you can kind of take some things off the table, right? We're going to talk about some of that in the defense. We'll just talk about defense. We'll have a big live stream. See, Thanksgiving's Thursday, Friday, Saturday, or Sunday. I will let y'all know. I'll do a YouTube. I'm about to go on in like a four hour thing. I just don't want to make it too long. I want it to make it really, I really want, because like I have the defenses that I use, and they work pretty good. But I think some of you guys, you may have a defense that really worked for you that I've never like heard of, or maybe just I've heard but I haven't used yet, and it would work really good. We need to share those things, right? I think I think some people are like, they don't want to share because it's just like it works. I don't want it to stop working. I think we're at a point where we need to share. We need to help people. We need to make all of us strong. As many targeted individuals as you can make strong, make them strong, so that more, working against this and getting information out. I do think that I need to go and see what new targeted videos look like. I wonder if a lot of people, just after what's happened with the pandemic and the UN, have just maybe stopped doing videos or something. I don't know. Really? Is that true? Serendipity, that's very interesting. Okay, Serendipity Blooming says, I think the issue with kratom is it contributes to magnesium depletion. Really? I did not know that. Well, that makes sense. Yeah, it makes it hard to go, sometimes to go like number 2. And magnesium helps to do that. Magnesium. And the targeting also breaks chains. It can like mess up. Let me show you guys this. It was an email from someone. I don't have it up, but it was saying that these weapon systems, some of them can actually shear calcium like ions from cells in your body, and literally shear the calcium ions from your, or like the calcium from your cell. So magnesium and calcium very important. Iron is very important because you can become anemic from being targeted. This will destroy your levels of iron in your body, and that's and I started taking iron. I started feeling a lot better. I did not know. That makes a lot of sense. That makes a lot of sense. And then I'd take magnesium sometimes when I'd take kratom. I can't really remember if I felt better. Captain Ramius. Well, Captain Ramius says serendipity. I believe it's fully safe in my opinion. I think it's a much safer option if any TIs are drinking too much alcohol or smoke lots of weed. Kratom help my drinking problem. Yeah, I'd say it's way better than smoking weed or drinking a bunch of alcohol. But just be careful with anything, right? I think that's my point on it. You can do too much of anything, even if it's like if I take like 4 kratom, every 2 days or something, big deal or whatever. Or even if I take it a lot 1 week, but then take some time off, it's not that bad. But just be careful. Don't just keep taking it, because things have effects on your body, and especially when you're being targeted too, they can manipulate stuff. Robert Williams, Christians don't do drugs, but Christians do supplements. And actually, you know, like some in the past have done drugs and stopped. Like I don't do drugs now. You know, I guess I'll do some Adit or CBD. I don't know, it just depends on what you think is a drug. You know, I wouldn't do any hardcore drugs now or anything like that. Say no to drugs, you know. I think that's a little bit too much of a simplification. Like Christians don't do drugs. When you're being targeted and microwaved and your body's being crushed on the inside, it's like to take some Ativan or take some Kratom. God understands. God's like, yeah, go ahead, man. And I'm going to try and help you with better stuff too. Yeah, you take that Kratom, you feel a little bit better. You take that Ativan, you take that Neurontin or whatever to get you out of pain, so you don't just freaking lose your mind. I've lost my mind so many times. I'm sure a lot of you guys in chat have lost your mind. I've been laying in bed at certain points. This is the weirdest thing, and I can't say it for everybody, but it's gotten better in some ways for me. It's hard, and my body's tired, but it's points like 3 years ago, I'd be laying in bed, like losing my freaking mind, just like thinking of the alien, you know, the alien from Alien being inside of my head and sleeping in it. And that would be what I had in my brain, like seriously, like going insane. But now it feels a little bit better. It's like, I don't know, it feels a little bit better. I hope that can happen for everybody. I always say that because I want to be hopeful. It's still pretty bad. Still pretty bad. But you speak like that. It's so weird when you speak like that and you're like, I don't feel that bad. Like I'm strong enough to get through this. My perspective's good, and like, dude, I'm gonna Hulk out and like, oh man, I'm gonna like, it's just this stuff is just gonna affect me, and God's gonna take it and make me even stronger. And like, oh man, my brain's like impervious. Like they get a little bit of stuff on me, but I'm willful, and I can. It changes everything. It just changes everything. There's a science that we need to learn from what's happening to us. There's a good science, and there's an opportunity here for good people to learn about what they're doing and more things that we're capable of. I don't think that like there's a purpose for everything in life. It sucks. I've had some good experiences and horrifying experiences in life. I still trust God. I still trust life. You know, I'm alive. Like, you know, it's better than non. Is this better than non-existence? I guess if you're in a whole lot of pain, it's not better than non-existence. You'd rather not exist. You know, but glitches in the matrix. Okay, let's take that. Glitches in the matrix. You say they have erased my personality. I feel like that's something. I felt like many times throughout the last 10 years, like I don't have a personality. Like I'm not funny, but like it's this thing with remote neural manipulation where it's like they're interfering with a certain part of your brain. If they take it off, you'd feel different. So it feels like that. You feel like I'm sure it's not permanent damage because I've gone through the same thing, and I was like, oh, this is permanent. Like I'm like a robot now, and I'm monotone, stuff like that. But like I've done certain things and kept going through it, you know, and tried to get some supplements to like clean my pineal gland, and other things like boron and just, you know, defenses. Yeah, your personality's still there. Exactly, Captain Ramius. It feels like that. It feels like that. These people get off on, you know, amplifying things and making us feel like we've been destroyed and we can't heal, but we can. You know, truth and love. Yes, truth and love says always remember who you are. Yes. And if you need help, then you reach out to God. In the name of Jesus Christ. In the name of Jesus Christ. If you need help, if it's like you don't remember who you are, I'm like, I don't even I mean, if I was targeted when I was little, do I even really have a personality? Like, was I able to build my own personality, or did they build it from birth? But then I'm like, no, I have a core. I have a center, right? I sometimes go this way, sometimes I'm swaying that way. I'm getting my targeting, or I have a good day. I'm having a pretty good day today. It really is from getting off the kratom. And the kratom at first was really good. Like first, and it gave me energy, but then it's just like too much of anything, right? That's the saying. Like even like it's really good for you. If you eat too much lettuce, you'll die. Let that be. Like if any of you guys can etch things on my tombstone, if you can tell my parents, if you eat too much lettuce, you'll probably die. That's what I want to instead. But seriously, too much of anything kill you. Too much water. You can drink too much water and die. And water is what we're made of. Oh, is it? Captain Ramey says pert behavior is present. Yeah, Truth and Love says they want you to believe that they have changed you. That's them brainwashing you to that thinking. Yeah, you still have your core. Like your mind and like your physical personality may have changed a little bit, but you still have the core of who you are, your spiritual core, your heart. You have neurons in your heart. You know that, right? You hear about those. A lot of you probably, did you see, yeah, Nielsen says you can die from drinking too much water. That's what a lot of the kratom deaths, it was just people taking like a bucket full of kratom, right? Just kratom and not stopping for a whole week. And it's just like, if they would have drank coffee like that all week, they would have died, you know? Hey, that says, remember, you are all beautiful individuals. You are loved by the Most High. You never let anyone tell you you are not. That's great. Yes, we are all loved by the Most High. We are all special in His eyes. This is inversion. This is inversion. Like what these evil people are doing, they're saying, well, some people are just fodder, right? Some people, they're just not worth anything, and we can experiment on them, and it gets us to our great new world order. We're the important ones. We're the Masons, or we're the people. We're the elite, right? That's an inversion. It's Satanism. It's against humanity. It's against creation. It's against our Creator. It's against the chain of creation all the way up to God. Life affirming, high frequency life, and that is life. We have to be high frequency to live. So these people up at the top of the pyramid, I'll guarantee you, they've been tricked. They think they're going to have this glorious future. They're just going to kill all these people. The energy that comes to doing what they're doing, and they're in the end going to have a horrible, tragic end. But they've been tricked by this. Right, the top of the pyramid has been tricked by their master Satan, and then the people under the pyramid, they've been tricked by their master, and down it goes. If you don't have a king, or not a king, but a couple, a delegate, whatever, group of people, what would you call them in the Greek city states? Like you'd have, I guess a Congress or whatever, that love the people, that are of the people, that live with the people, that eat with the people, that understand the people. Like some stuff has to go back that way. And what's happening, this is another good channel, guys. This is another good channel that a lot of you may love. And I can never remember it. They seriously take that out of my head. Oh, it is. I listen all the time. Hold on, I'm going to look for it real quick, guys. Hold on, give me a second. It's so important. It's a good channel, and he always he doesn't know about the targeting, and he laughs about like all the evil stuff that's going on in the world too much, and I get kind of mad because I'm like, if he knew about this targeting, what he wouldn't be laughing so much. But it's Paul Romano on I'm gonna find it. I gotta find it. I forgot it last time too. It's can somebody help me with that? you know, do you guys know Paul Romano? And he talks about the heartfulness meditation. I think I'm going to be doing the heartfulness meditation that he talks about. So Paul, I'm not going to be able to find it this time either. Why did he not want me telling y'all about that channel? He helps me a lot. He helps me a lot to like, just like, okay, all this stuff, this bad stuff's happening, but God has it all in his hands. So it's like, it may seem like it's just the worst thing in your life, but if you just stick with God, it can flip around, can lead you to something that you needed. There's all these different things, right? And he calls it the apocalypse. The apocalypse. If I can just find... Come on. Just one of his videos. I'm listening to some of them. I gotta find... You guys gotta check out his channel. This is definitely Paul Romano, wording from the apocalypse. Be grateful. Have a good day and be grateful. And he always says be, and he's right. It's so important, like, especially in a situation where you're like being killed and stuff like that, you need to look around at all the positive things in your life and be grateful for what you do have, because that's going to pull you up from some of that darker stuff. And be great. It's like one of the why can't I remember his name of his channel? It's like future something. That's it. You got Arachno Nixon. You win the no prize. Arachno Nixon wins the no pockets of the future. I love his channel. I sometimes get mad at Paul because he laughs about everything. And, you know, it's like there are a lot of people like dying like us and being like the way he talks about things spiritually. It soothes me. And his voice is very soothing. He has a very deep voice and it's soothing and stuff like that. The way he talks about like all the pain and kind of the ending of America and the ending of what we have going on, like how everything's kind of collapsing. He has a real good way of kind of, you know, it's all in God's hands. You know, it's all part of God's will, and you know, you just got to go through it. You just got to go through it. You got to do your best. This is happening in our world, you know. Glitches in the Matrix says, I don't see any useful information on his channel. No, Pockets of the Future doesn't talk about targeted individuals. If you want like some spiritual, like calming stuff, it's pretty good. Okay, Glitch in the Matrix, we might need ghost videos. Corpus callosum. What's the corpus callosum? How do you know they're specifically hitting your corpus callosum? We'll answer all those questions on the big defense extravaganza, the Thanksgiving. I'm going to call it the Thanksgiving, the 2020 Thanksgiving extravaganza. It's going to be I don't know. It may not be that long. It may just be like 2 or 3 hours, but it'll be cool. Oh, really? Okay, Ragnar said, I used to too, but I have issues with him. With Paul Romano? Oh, okay. Oh, okay. 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 Captain Raym. Okay, I didn't know what you were talking about. Captain, we were talking about look out for Charlie's videos. Yeah, he has a lot of good information. Eric and Eric, are you talking about 2020 Thanksgiving defense extravaganza? We'll just talk about defense the whole time. And then if anybody's watching this who wants to come on, what we can do is like I'll do kind of a panel format. Have like, hey, you want to come on, and you just come on one at a time, say what works for you, right? And then we'll get somebody else in and do that. Maybe too hard for me. Maybe too hard for me to manage, because like what I'll end up doing is just doing a panel and people just coming on, and we'll just stay on, and maybe we won't on topic like I want. So we may do a panel another night when we can just talk about anything. Oh, that's true. Ragnar says, yeah, that's that new agey stuff. Yeah, I get a little bit like the heartfulness meditation when he talks about some of the things. He seems almost like it's just about like his experience, and if other people are dying or whatever, it's the apocalypse. He needs to find peace, right? It seems a little bit to me sometimes it's like, oh, that's kind of selfish to be at peace, but you know, you got to help people and stuff like that. I'm sure he does help people, but yeah, the new agey stuff, just as long it doesn't lead to you know, getting away from Jesus Christ, you know, heartfulness, because your heartfulness meditation, heartful and mindful and compassionate. I guess I need to. I don't even know what it's about really. I just hear him talking about it. Yeah, truth and love. Okay, somebody was asking about money. Get on Social Security as soon as possible. Apply as soon as possible because it may take you a while to get it, but then you can get back pay. You can get, like, if you sign up for Social Security now, and then it takes you a year to, you'll get like maybe $1,000. You'll get like $12,000 in back pay. If it's 2 years, you'll get $24,000 back pay for when you applied to the time you got it. So I definitely apply for Social Security. And then what we've got to understand, guys, I need to make a whole about this. I really think, I don't think this is a fact. Everything because of CV and everything like that, it's a blessing for us because everything's going online. Like everything, like a lot of businesses and things you can do for a lot of money online. So I'm checking into some things where I can maybe make money. The surveys don't work. I was thinking like filling out some surveys for money or something like that, but it's like they pay for like 30 minutes or something. It's a joke. Like I wouldn't do any of those. But there is some actual stuff that can work. Nice, nice. Oh, nice. Yeah, Yvette says I will qualify for Social Security next year. I'll be 62. I wonder if I'll Social Security since I already got mine now. I don't know. All right, guys, I'm getting tired. Oh, it's been 4 hours. I'm getting tired, guys. But I'll be back. I'll be back. Tomorrow's Wednesday. We might do it tomorrow. The defense extravaganza. Always just like, let me be honest with you guys. And is accusatory and derogative towards people's claims. Yeah, he does. He has some stuff that really annoys me, but it's like, I'm like, man, Paul, I hate you, dude. But then like some parts of it, I'm like, that's pretty insightful. So it's like every person has some stuff that I agree with. Yeah, that's true. Ragnar says that's another issue, how he laughs at people's misfortune. Yeah, it really makes me mad. But he's got some good insight on this, you know. Hey, good night, Arachno Nixon, man. Yeah, I just wanted to tell you all real quick. I always like I want to talk about defense. Always like put off big like defense streams because I talk about it so much and I feel like it's so redundant. But we're still gonna do it. I'm just we'll just do it. You know, we'll just do it. We'll try and have fun with it. I'm always just like, oh man, I always like headgear, Dave K CD, grounding, blah blah blah. What I really want, I'm still going to do those things right up front, you know, just run through those things that I have, but really run through them. We're going to have a bigger conversation afterwards, and the main thing is anything new that you guys can bring to the table. You know what I'm saying? Guys, I love y'all. Thank you for coming, Miss Gaia. You are awesome and generous. Thank you, and thank you all of you too. Thank you. Thank you all for coming. Thanks for coming, Tanya. Kyle, thank you so much. We love you so much. I love you guys too. Tanya says, sending love and hugs to everyone. And then Stacy, love you, miss you heaps. Stacy's getting targeted pretty hard. Oh man, I think if I do some night, she may come. Like if I do some later night live streams. But what was I gonna say? Okay, yeah, but the defense streams, it's like I kind of like I don't really like doing them because I talk about that stuff so much. But we're gonna do it more where it's like I run through my stuff. Y'all have heard that. Y'all need to try it. And then we're gonna kind of focus on what people can bring to the table for that. Okay, thanks for coming, Yvette. Thanks for coming, Rose. Captain, thank you, Captain. You stay strong too, man. And Glitch in the Matrix, thank you for coming, man. Thank you, Serendipity Blooming. I'm getting like tired and like zone. Guys, I love y'all. I'll see you on the next one. It may be tomorrow. It may be tomorrow. We'll see. We'll see. Maybe we'll I don't know. We'll see. I'll let you guys know. I'll let you guys know like at least 2 hours in advance. All right. I love you guys, and I'll see you on the next one. God bless God protect you all. God give you things to strengthen you and defend you. God, in this program, in the name of Jesus Christ, please strengthen us. Please. Thank you. We are grateful for our precious lives. We are grateful for everything that you've given us in our lives. Please, please. Horrible horrors and traumas from our life. Okay, guys. Yeah, check out tomorrow, Captain. I'm not sure. It depends on how I feel. I feel okay today, but that is very inconsistent. Like tomorrow, my attackers, because today was pretty good. So right when I get off, they're going to start hitting me really, really hard. We'll see. Yeah, if Yvette says, have a happy Thanksgiving, everyone. Yeah, everybody have a happy Thanksgiving. Go to your families. You know, the stupid stuff about like families not getting together. I tell you what. If my grandma does pass away, I think I'm gonna fight somebody about that funeral. We're having a funeral for that lady. She did everything, cleaned everybody's butts in this whole family for years and years and years. And we're gonna have everybody from that family come in if she does. Like I hope she doesn't. Like she's in hospice after she comes out. Yeah, okay. Yvette says, please give my love to Stacy Kyle. I will. She'll be on here, you know. She's got, you know, she's on here. All right, guys. I love y'all, and I'll see you guys on the next one. Maybe tomorrow. Maybe tomorrow.